No different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season 10. My name is Churros.
And my name is Abstract.
And we are your casters for today. Oh, finally we get that right. Before we get things started, huge shout out to all our sponsors and partners for making all this possible. MPL SG Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner IT, which we have on our tables right here. Gaming chair partners, DX Racer. And partner esports, Future and SG Esports Association. And with that being said, if you're just joining us right here, we are in the upper brackets right now. Upper brackets, and let's take a look at the graphic right on the screen. Will be Stallions up against the Kings.
And of course, they are gonna go for a best of 3 games. The Stallions gonna have to pose as the Trojan horse for 2 kingdoms in a row, or maybe just 1 kingdom, and now they're heading off to the Kings, the big boss, the big raid boss of the Challenger brackets. And if whether Stallions is gonna be the raid boss coming in to the playoff, that is the question that we want answered by the end of this game. So there will only be 1 team out of these 2 teams that will make it off to playoff. The other one, unfortunately, will then be relegated down over to the lower brackets finals, where they have to play 1 more game and potentially face elimination or the chance to go over the playoffs.
It will be no easy feat, especially for these 2 teams. There is a reason why they are in the upper bracket finals. There is a reason why they are in this position. They are the creme of the crop of the community teams. Creme de la cremes. And for Stallions, I had a lot of time reconnecting with some of the old players.
Yep.
For the Kings, though, very new, but they showed a lot of promise.
Stallions has always been a favorite name and of course a very well-known team in Singapore, and understandably they have been around for the longest time, and to see them back again, I think that is a breath of fresh air. Not only them back in the scene as individuals and different teams, looking at them coming together as one team definitely is the fun part.
I think I remember also, Youngin wasn't their coach back in Season 5. He was coach of Bleed or Slate, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think that they have a lot of opportunities to work together. I think there was only one season, right? There's only one season that Youngin joined them, and it just so happened to be the season that they don't take the championship.
Yeah. One thing to note too, Simple, the coach of Kings SG, was also the apprentice of Youngin. Youngin has been in the scene for very, very long. Simple really understands and was in his shoes. He was the analyst for a couple of teams that Youngin was in the longest time, and he learned whatever he can from Youngin. So this is honestly the draft going into this game is pretty much a
mentor versus mentee.
It's like you versus me. You know what I mean?
I get this.
But hey, you know, we don't have to wait any longer because we're going into random map draw. I'm calling 50, 50, we're going 100. That's a little bit of an auction right here, but Dangerous Grass will finally be in play once again. Honestly, my favorite map, and it shows a lot of difference, more than Expanding River and Broken Walls, because it's a permanent sort of thing all throughout the game. But again, I feel like it doesn't really change too much of the draft.
Yes, at least for us, I don't think that we had the opportunity to really just come together and take a look at patterns, as for example. I don't think that we have too much of information or too much ways to really identify, oh, you know, when it comes to our Dangerous Grasses, this is the amount of heroes that's been picked, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I will feedback that over to the Excel sheet maker and tell him
GPT.
Yeah. And tell him, hey, you're missing these very vital information. But all in all, I think that this is going to be fun to watch between Stallion as well as Kings SG, as we are already going into the drafting phase.
Now, taking out the Sun Shin, taking out the Lancelot, so no assassins for these two. It's, again, the battle of the prodigies down the jungle. Again, we have a lot of attention on the assassin junglers. The Fanning will be banned out. It's a huge respect over to the prodigy, Yahiko. A lot of players or a lot of fans are actually psyching him up quite a bit.
Yep.
And hopefully, you know, he shows us some promise moving forward in this matchup.
Well, one thing for sure is that we wouldn't know exactly what is about to happen in this game. So far, their games is not too bad, right? But I think that in terms of tiering system, I don't think I genuinely don't think it's because we have a lot of experience with Stallions. But in the games that they have played so far, they definitely showed a lot more promise in the way that they play. Early game, mid game, late game. Of course, mistakes were made in game number 2. That's why they had to, go all the way to the late games and still lost the game. So in situations like these, I would want to see Kings Singapore be able to identify these weaknesses of Stallions and try to take them out.
Yeah, they have that momentum from the previous game. They just played it. They had a short break, back to the drawing board. And right now, here they are. Stallions will be first pick. And I think CC is on the table for them if they want to go for it. Roy really is nutty with the Kimmy. They might be able to snap pick that one up as well. So 2 viable options right here.
Yeah, so
that's a CC.
Yeah, this is still going to be a CC. Once again, it feels like they are forced to pick a CC. Whenever I see Stallion picking up a CC, it doesn't really fit their MO all that much.
It doesn't feel Diablo.
It doesn't feel Diablo-ish. So it kind of feels as though we have to bring that over to Renza. And I think that as for Renza, is someone that is relatively new to this stack of 5, right? I hope that he's not in the situation whereby he's just thinking, you know what, you guys just play your game. I will flex. If you guys think that we need to have a CC in here, I will play the CC.
Yeah. To counter the CC, I feel like the Arlot would be a better option. At least you have an Era of Effect crowd control ability. But it would be the Grok getting that pick up and denying the Kimmy away from Rory.
Yep. Other than that, Farsa as well as Kalia is also 2 other heroes that could be possible joining into the fray. We haven't exactly found or seen the opportunity of losing Cutie with that Kalia just yet. But at this point, we're still relearning the kind of heroes that they could play. And Alice! Okay. Unless Okay, so their method of operation is that they will always pick Diablo's heroes last because they want the flexibility. However, just from the first 3 pick, it really just feels as though we already have Diablo's heroes out. Unless they just decided to be like, hey, you know, here's a curveball. Bray is gonna play the Alice.
This is what I think so too. I think it's still a viable option in the jungle, not as much as the EXP, because you know your first skill is pretty much adjusted to have a longer cooldown time. You can't really rotate around that map. You don't really have a lot more damage, and you have to play that as a tank. And very well so, the Arla getting picked up as a counter towards that CC, as we pointed out. But it might not be a EXP lane CC. And I do have to agree with you that the CC doesn't feel very Diablo-esque. I feel like this...
At least will be more Diablo-esque.
It might, but there will not be enough damage if they do a double fighter side lane with Bray in the jungle. Especially in the early game where you want a lot more skirmishes, a lot more fights to happen. And this is very Team Stallions, right? It's going to jungle, be the aggressor, and take down heads, try to snowball their way through. And it's very Bray and very Diablo-like to be that aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to kind of think about these 3 heroes, it is very pick-off style, right? It's super pick-off. They just want to go from front to back and just generally deal with the frontliners ASAP, while the Alice just goes behind Wreak Havoc and just buys so much time for the team. That is what I'm looking out for. And buying time is essentially something that Diablo is not too bad with, and I think that he's the one that creates the chaos, not exactly the one that creates space. In fact, because we did have a chat with Diablo, right? He's the kind of player that wants the roamer to create the space for him so that he will be able to do miracles.
It's just Diablo things.
Just Diablo things, right?
Diablo things if the roamer enables him. And I think this is how Lucian Cutie likes to play around. Lucian Cutie is ballsy in the fact that he likes to go check the bushes, hit first, but he's also calculative. He knows where the enemies are, or he kind of predicts their movements throughout these maps. And it's especially so within dangerous grass, the dangerous grass environment. So this one might feel like but the Granger looking really good for KSG. But for Stallions though, this is a sticky situation. I feel like the CC should go into the gold lane, and then Alice in the jungle. You still have flexibility of maybe
still
a
on that
hard
train,
hitting.
huh? The Diablo's heroes not picked train.
Yeah. Or you know, Diablo going into CC.
It could really
Alice.
it could really just go anywhere. Not exactly CC on Diablo. I would never imagine CC on Diablo. At least Alice on Diablo is still possibly a thing. While in the meantime, Bray is someone that is really good at creating space. So Alice to him still makes sense. But how that jungle rotation looks like, it sounds like that is my problem.
This is just crazy. A very dissynergistic pick from the Chip as well as the Akai. You open up the portal, the Akai goes in, starts that heavy spin. It throws everyone off their tracks, and I think that's a deny over to the Grok, because once the Akai gets picked up by KSG, the onus and the value is in their hands. Build up the wall and you lock them down with the heavy spin. So that would be the Akai going into the jungle, and then you're flexing over the CC down the gold lane, Diablo, Alice.
Definitely feels that they are lacking in a lot of damage, right? Alice don't necessarily kill, but creates
Hey, but this is Roy that we're talking about.
Roy should be the... Oh, wait, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Yeah, this is Roy we were talking about. Very aggressive mid laner, and I think it makes sense that they're all together. So Renza, Gold, Diablo,
Roy,
Alice, and then Bray,
Lux.
Akai. Okay, it makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
But then
so
that means they have to be very, very aggressive. They're forcing Yahiko to play the assassins. That's why they're going tanks, and they can sustain that damage enough in the late game. But if it goes into uber late game, 15, 16-minute territory, the KSG can just walk all over them. They have that damage to do so. They have the crowd control abilities to set things up for themselves. And I like the way that Lucian Cutie plays. We'll see him on the Chip. I think one of his more favorite heroes and signature picks back in the day as well, where he's using that, opening up that bushes and hiding within areas where he can get the most bang out of your buck.
not only do we have interesting picks coming in from Team Stallions, we also do have to highlight that Ling that's been picked by Yahiko. Understandably, we have four junglers that has been banned from the side of Stallions, which really just left Kings to that spot that they gotta have to play that Ling. So ultimately, this is a very expensive, very greedy draft from Kings. And so far from all the games that we saw from Stallion, they are masters of the early game. So to draft a lineup that plays so much into the late game, I think that's a really bold move.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. Lucian Cutie already having a lot of EXP right from the get-go, opening up that options, opening up that intelligence for the rest of the team. I want to see how Roy and Lucian Cutie's synergy actually is optimized and empowered through the fact that they have that prowess down in the mid side, clears the lane fast, start that early game rotation. Diablo's already having that zonal potential down EXP side. One Boy Reborn is a little bit more intimidated at this front mid side though, a little bit of a skirmish, but I think Kings will make it out safe.
Yeah, there's no way that Team Stallions will be able to get any form of early game kills unless Kings SG were to make a mistake. And the mistake will have to be very grave in the form of mispositioning or overextending themselves, such as a Ling Finch poise into a too deep into the fight, that kind of stuff, right? But looking at Yahiko, I don't think that is the kind of things that would happen. So we should generally see a killless match until the first turtle.
Diablo will be safe and sound as of now. Yahiko is already level 4. He does have the ultimate ready. As Lucian Cutie just in position right down in the tri-bush, I don't think Kings recognize that he's there.
It's still a lot of time before anything were to happen. Yes, the turtle is out, but we still gonna have to wait for the right opportunity. Roy is at level 4, so the big burst is gonna happen.
Oh, I like how they're playing though. Yahiko knows that he has to give up this turtle. Forced to get that reset just because of that wall. Bray secures that turtle, but Rensa susses him out down on the purple buff and forces Yahiko back.
Rensa.
Good call by Rensa.
Wow. The fact that the gold laner immediately just make the way over to the purple buff is a big play.
Yeah, good read on that one. Iron Ryan actually gets shut down. First blood over to Renza. Good call, good rotation. Down into the turret. Diablo's right there to take that down. Bumble Reborn will have a consolation prize in the form of Roy.
That's an information play that Team Stallions would have really needed. That also means that Yahiko essentially just wasted a little bit of time going into the opponent's purple buff. But it shouldn't be too big of a problem because they did manage to go for 1-for-1 trade between Roy as well as Ryzen, if I recall correctly.
Oh, Flicker's already utilized. Renza just weaving, bobbing away. Here's the portal. And here is the Goon Squad. The Cavalry is here. Stallions take down Bob for getting a little bit too close.
As such, it is going to be a free lane all the way up top, but that's not the end just yet.
That's the charge, and that's the knock-up. Yahiko will secure that one for himself. He's also went back for the purple buff, so that's a huge win for Yahiko.
Easy 4 blades coming in from Yahiko. I think that they are definitely going to be moving on in tandem from this point, and it's not going to be stopped by the fact that there is a small amount of advantage to Stallions.
A little bit of a slower pace from Stallions this time around, but this is a very interesting draft that they are playing things around. No marksman once again. They have a lot more damage onto Roy, and they have to put their confidence onto Roy. There's the only win condition. If Kings can take down the Lunox, then Team Stallions are in shambles. Diablo facing up against 2 will survive, but in mid-side, Iron Ryan taking a lot of damage. There's the Traction Pulse to keep everyone safe. Iron Ryan 1 hit away from his doom and still barely walks out.
It's all about the executioner. Team Stallions do not have a way to really just execute and kill people on site. The fights will have to drag on for extended periods of time, and with Roy technically being the pause one of this game.
Yeah, Bumble Reborn able to take down that minion, able to weave and bob out of the way. There's darkness, and they're all just chasing all of them. There's a portal, and they get a little bit of a U-turn down in the turtle pit. Renza takes down Bong. A little bit of a funny movement, but here comes Bumboy Reborn to follow up, and finally, in their inevitable doom, walks in the portal and takes his own life away. He goes next to fall, Roy with a double, and make it a triple as 4 members of Kings SG are taken out.
Actually hilarious. Chase. Oh, wait, hold on. Bye.
The belakang pusing.
The way that the account just turned around.
The way that the camera just cut and the observer just moved over to the turtle pit, we all just tunnel vision on that 3 members.
That is bloody hilarious. But that pretty much landed Stallions with a good amount of kills thus far, with a total of 7-4 between these two teams. Team Stallions have got a good amount of a 1,300 goal lead, and they could actually get a little bit more from this point in time after getting the T1 up top.
Good lockdown onto Iron Ryan. Good damage from Renza. Kick things off. Team Stallions, 1,300 gold ahead of Kings SG. But it doesn't look like a very dominant performance that we are used to seeing Team Stallions. With that draft, it doesn't have that structured front-to-back approach. They have to put a lot of respect and honor over to the damage that Roy brings to the table. There's a portal being set up. Bumboy Reborn getting locked down, pinned into the wall. There's a tectonic charge to knock 3 up into the sky and away. The Tempest of Blades comes in from Yuhiko, but not enough damage to lock anyone down. And that is the power of 4 tanky boys just soaking up all that damage, and Bong trying to take a kill for himself, but being body blocked one after another. The layering coming through from Stallions.
I think that that's generally a really nice play from Stallions. However, that is actually a mistake more for Kings, right? I do appreciate Iron Ryan just rushing right in immediately to help the team out, but unfortunately, there was another person that joined him in the fray. I think that it was just Bumboy Reborn that got caught regardless. So they did what they could to return the favor, go for a little bit of a trade, but they were completely staggered out 2v5 and just kind of feeding themselves or throwing themselves over to a big body of Team Stallion.
As a solo kill from Renza down onto Yuhiko. That's a better CC that we've seen for Renza today, 6-0-4. He's played this once, and it didn't work out as well as it did or it's doing in this game.
Yeah.
As Kings SG finding themselves in a spot of bother, and they have to fend off against this yo-yo wielding girl.
Part of me still feels as though if all of the 5 members of each team were to kind of gather together and just keep going on the fight, Kings SG will definitely have the advantage.
Portal up, Calvary's here, immediately into the tectonic charge, a heavy spin to push everyone away. They lock down Iron Ryan, but look at the backside though, Roar trying to jump in, but it's not enough damage for now. Team Stallions loses 1 and calls the rest of the team here. Down goes Bray as well. Iron Ryan will secure that kill. It's a signs of life from Kings SG.
That would be what I would expect it. You know, 5v5, but unfortunately under the proxy of 2 turrets, it makes things even worse. There's a lot of displacement skills, or rather, there is one displacement skill from the side of Kings SG. Makes things a little bit tough for Team Stallions to play in a very safe location right next to a turret. So I think that is a very desperate attempt from Team Stallions just to snag a little bit more kills and get themselves a little bit more of that advantage.
It's a little bit of a poking battle down the mid side. It's Kings SG finding a little bit of trouble holding on to the top side as Renza dealing a lot of damage on Ryan. Great initiation and counter reflection with the tectonic charge, but he has to hold on to that one. The Lord is going to spawn up in the next 30 seconds. Kings SG doesn't want to waste the resources right before the Lord.
Now the question is if whether Yuhiko does
Portal
have...
goes up onto Yuhiko, but unable to catch him.
Yeah, it doesn't have the purple. So it's very interesting to see Bray actually sacrificing his life, literally knowing that he's kind of out of position to try to snag away the purple buff ASAP. And then shortly afterwards, you know, Ling will have no purple buff to kind of play around with, if I recall correctly, unless it expired.
Yeah, I think they're just, you know, trading purple buffs right now. Might be taken away by Bray down in the skirmish that lost his life, but the purple buff is up. The Lord is being dealt with. Ling is not anywhere near. They're going to blitz this down. They saw Ling at the top side. Roy will secure the Lord for themselves, and they're moving in a beeline towards that purple buff. They want to take all the resources away from Yuhiko.
Yeah, so it's all about starving Kings SG out, and they identified that Ling be Ling. Without the purple buff, Ling is really difficult to execute and can't even go for 4 blades, Tempest of Blades, right? So it's tough. As long as they're able to find ways to negate the amount of purple buff that Kings SG can get, then they are already in a massive amount of advantage.
Oh, big TOR from Diablo set things up as the portal already utilized just to try to mitigate some of the damage. Diablo goes down goes Lucian QD. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Down goes Ray as well. All the sacrificial lands, but not enough damage from Team Stallions to execute under turret plays like they always do.
Unfortunately, those trades were kinda equal per se. Even though Stallions lost 3, those 3 are generally just gonna be the tanky boys, right?
Oh, Renzo starting things off with so much damage.
Yep,
no one can deal with the yo-yo wielding maniac.
That is what we are talking about. You kind of throw your bodies away for the frontliners because all they need to be doing is just soak up damage and be tanky, and then leave it all to Roy as well as Renza. The difference about Renza is that she does have a lot of damage on the CC, and does have damage, does have survivability. You pour all your gold into Renza as the pos 2, you eventually will be able to find yourself a lot of opportunities to create some of these plays that we saw just now.
You know, time is ticking for Team Stallions. As much as Renza is having a great game so far, 7-0-6 for CC, Team Stallions does not have a lot of late game scaling potential apart from this Lunox though.
They're timing out soon.
They don't really have a lot of zone potential unless like Diablo is able to make something happen. The Kings SG, they're coagulating all together. They're trading blows and they don't mind risking their bodies for any of these kills whatsoever. Renza busy dealing with that purple buff, try to delay some time. Bray got that secured away from Yahiko. That's gonna hurt.
The moment the economy for Kings SG reached a total of 45,000, it doesn't really quite matter about the economical state anymore. It also really doesn't matter how many damage dealers Kings SG loses, because ultimately just a single damage dealer is more than enough for them to be able to close out the game, for them to continue a team fight, 1+1 of a tank as well as a damage dealer. More or less is enough. While Team Stallions, they lack the damage, right? So having the Lunox as well as the CC alive only by the end of the fight, I don't think that they will be able to particularly be able to defend if Kings SG were, left with 2. It's a 2v2, it's still gonna be really tough.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Look at how Lucian QD is sitting on that bush. No one knows that he's there, and he's obviously waiting for Bong. That's the win condition for Team Stallions once they take out that Granger, and it's all over. He's walking towards that brush. Lucian QD's right there. That's the portal. That's the flicker. That's what we've been waiting for. Tectonic charge just to block the charge, and Roy immediately gets executed down. What a read from Iron Ryan. But they left the Lord alone. They don't really have that much damage. This Diablo's locking Yahiko in place and finally takes him down to TOR.
I don't even know which one is a distraction. It's a lot of distraction, or the fight down to the bottom is a distraction. In the end of the day, I think that what Stallions wanted to do is just do a two-pronged attack. While they focus on the Lord, one of these, they're gonna win. But I gotta have to give it over to Iron Ryan. That was impeccable play. Already and immediately out of sheer understanding of the game, threw out the Guardian's Barrier over there and reacted just so effectively to the shortcut being dropped down, and gives Bong that living opportunity and that kill too.
That almost came to fruition. I saw Roy waiting for the portal. He was in the mid lane. He was trying to help out with that Lord. But at the end of the day, though, I think it was just bad timing from Roy. I think Lucian QD didn't see Iron Ryan cross through that bush. But now Lord is marching in onto the top side. They want to try to deal with that T3 up top. Bray still has the heavy spin. He's holding it for Christmas, waiting for Kings SG to try to make a move first, try to disrupt that tectonic charge, and everyone has their resources up and online.
That is the top lane T3 and the middle lane T3 that has been destroyed. There will be a brand new wave that will be joining down in the bottom lane, and now the problem is about the wave clear. Does Kings SG have enough to wave clear that?
Oh, that's a huge missed final slash. Just a TOR onto the back line, pushing Ryzen and Bong out of the way. That's a heavy spin, locking 2 down into infinity and beyond. Roy dealing so much damage from the back line. The portal already used up just to mitigate some of the damage that comes in, and they lost Diablo still, but pushed away the main damage dealer. What a play from Team Stallions. Stallions.
I don't think that it's going to mean too much for Team Stallions because it's essentially trading one person for 3 of these inhibitor turrets that gain them a total net cost of 6,000 gold advantage. And I talked about a 45,000 economy. The moment that a team reaches there, it doesn't really quite matter because the main damage dealers are more or less there. We got a CC that has got maxed out items. Lunox is unfortunate, not quite there just yet, but with the Divine Glyph and the Holy Crystal up, I think she's more or less good. Just leaving one more defensive item such as the Blood Wings is more than enough to really get her to critical mass.
I think the Kimmy might be looking to build the Holy Crystal, getting a little bit more damage right now. You've got the DHS already built up, so that is percentage damage done for all of the tanks in the arsenal of Team Stallions. But Kings SG, somehow they're falling behind, even though they have a standard, classic, traditional front-to-back kind of draft. Iron Ryan has been doing Lord's work. He has been dismantling, he has been protecting. And, okay, Renza seeks out Yahiko. Nothing out of the ordinary will happen, but Roy tries to push him back out of the way. It will be difficult to knock him out of the wall.
They're all literally lined up, like as though they kind of expected where Yahiko is eventually going to go. Alas, none of those hit though. So that's the important thing. It didn't hit.
Again, it will be difficult for Bong to eventually get out of that base because so much bushes that they need to check. And Lord easily taken out by Lucian Cutie, walks right into it, won't execute and commit the portal play because he knows that Yahiko's just going to jump right out of it. He's just waiting for Bong, and that's his only target that he cares about.
At this point in time, at least Bray manages to take down the Lord. A pretty easy play so far. So this is going to be an upcoming GG push in favor for Team Stallions.
We're slowly waiting for the Lord to come online in the next 10 seconds. Kings keeping busy, cleaning house and cleaning shop.
As we continue to wait until the 11th second for the wave to eventually come in, this is the point in time where Team Stallions is going to be posturing up.
A lot of unwanted guests that Kings need to settle, as the immortality is already built up for Team Stallions. It's going to be difficult to take them all down once the Lord comes into position.
And with a barren wasteland, Kings SG have got no choice but to take on the Lord and 5 other members head on as they look for an opportunity.
We don't have any base skirmish, but Roy executes the heavy spin, pushes everyone out of the way. The final slash from Bumble Reborn won't connect onto anyone, but they're targeting that base. Renza is having enough of it. He wants to go to the next game, bringing Stallions a 1-0 victory.
They wasted no time at all, to a certain extent whereby Team Stallions probably have expected that this is not a game where they will be able to play late game. This is a game that they can't just win. Just based on sheer 5v5, we wipe you out and then we down the throne. They have to play with the Lord, make full use of massive amount of tanky bodies of theirs, as well as the Lords. And that will open up opportunities for Renza to just go on, destroy the crystal, or perhaps leave some opportunities for Lunos to do that as well too.
It's a very disciplined and methodical play style from Stallions. A bit different from what we're traditionally used to. I mean, watching all the 2 games from today.
I think in most situations, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, in most situations, wouldn't work in the late game, but, you know, Roy made it work. Roy was really right there, unseen. He's like a shadow. He's like, to quote Jace, a fart from the elevator that you smell, that you don't know that is there. And when you do, it's already too late. We'll cut to MVP. I feel like it's difficult. It's difficult. Renza had a perfect game.
Holding on to a fart? Yeah.
Holding on to a fart, but enabled by Diablo, enabled by Bray. They knew how to play. Lucian Cutie was just smart. He was tactical in the way that he hides in the bushes. And I have to say, best use of the brushes in MPL SG so far, especially for dangerous grass.
When it comes down to dangerous grass, I'm gonna have to say, having a chip definitely is pretty darn scary. But I don't feel a lot of massive impact coming in from the chip. Yes, drop the portal, all 5 people drops in. There has been pros and cons of that, and we clearly saw what's good about it when they split themselves up almost instantaneously, right? 2% go down to the bottom lane, two other person stays in the Lord's pit. I think that is very either really clever of them to kind of split themselves, or the fact that it just so happened that don't come in anymore, don't come in anymore, kind of thing. And then they're like, okay, let's just deal with the Lord.
I think that the portal play was actually an awesome kind of engage mechanism that Lucian Cutie brought to the play styles and dimension for Team Stallions. The only issue was the Grok. The Grok was able to deny and disengage from any of these fights. Notice how Lucian Cutie was really smart in the way that he's waiting for the right targets. He doesn't really care about Yahiko because he knows that he can't catch him. He's just waiting for Bong, force the flicker at the very least. It was just timing that Iron Ryan was able to outplay and disrupt Roy's engage onto Bong. So that was a very smart play from both sides. It was just executed much better from Team Stallions at the end of the day. It was so difficult to also bring them all down. Bong doesn't really have that shred damage that Ryzen needs to bring into the table. It was difficult to bring down Ryzen and Bong because they're way too far ahead. And Bunboy Reborn wasn't... He feels not comfortable with his R-Lot. He's missing the final slashes. He's using the final slashes in a very defensive position when he wants to try to heal himself up instead of setting up for the rest of the team.
I think ultimately for the side of for Kings SG, I really do want to give the credit over to Iron Ryan, just because of that one big play. The one big play is not exactly a game-winning play, but it just shows the amount of I would say
Tactical knowledge.
yeah, that's one, and micro play. The fact that he's able to move that fast to really help out Wong.
Yeah, that was a very smart move by Kings. They still are not out of the woods just yet, though. Team Stallions one game ahead of Kings. So Kings, they came back before in the early game today, and against Insomniac. So if any time, now's the time. Team Stallions one game away from solidifying their spot in the playoffs.
Yep, just so close, yet maybe not exactly very far. Because they're just gonna have to win themselves that one game. But the question is if whether they will have a little bit of that choke like what they had in the previous series. I do want to believe that they should be able to get themselves a good game against Kings SG, because it's come to the point whereby teams are just letting Stallions get away with these kind of crazy random picks that people are just not prepared for. I think this is something that that Youngin has prepared the team for, and they are just like, okay, this is the draft. We're lacking of something, so we're gonna compensate it with another thing.
Yeah.
As long as teams are able to identify what exactly Youngin is trying to think about these drafts, what is the weakness of the draft, what is the advantages of the draft, kind of work their way around, reverse engineer that draft. And only that way they will be able to play according to what will work for them as a team.
I do have to agree with you. Sometimes for Youngin, though, it's a very tricky situation where I agree with his pick sometimes, but then again, it's super risky. High risk, high reward kind of situations. You pick up the CC, you realize the Alice was open, you pick up the Alice as well, and you're forcing the CC into the gold lane, the Alice into maybe an adaptable position or versatile position into maybe a jungle or EXP, and then you're forcing the 4 very tanky beefy boys and 1 high damage dealer in that mage. A very risky play to build around, because now you know the only thing that the Grog needs to build around is the magic damage that comes out from the Alice, that comes out from the Lunox. If you have a really split damage from maybe the Izun Shin, for example, you have to build physical, you have to build magic, you have to build a balanced kind of a
you can just double down onto one form of damage.
That's right. So I sometimes I don't agree with it, but I see where he's coming from, and I like the way that he's able to adapt to the players' playstyles and how they like to adapt to the meta and adapt to the gameplay and make it their own.
Sometimes it gets to me about the draft, right? Because we don't know well enough about what happens behind the scenes. Some of these, weird, iffy picks, some of these random picks from Diablo, for example, Martis, XP, things that we wouldn't know what happened, and if whether they have planned that out? Is it something that they have like really trained with it and they know that it works, or is it something that they're just gonna do it on the fly? They believe that okay, the draft is gonna work out because of technical knowledge and go with it, right? And if it was the former, then there's really not much that we are able to do to say, because it's their team. They kind of know what they want. But if it's the latter, then it's just kind of like you have a lot of faith in your team, kind of thing.
I think for Youngin, he's been with this team not too long. I think for a community tournament starting earlier this month, I think it was 2 weeks ago, leading up to this game, I think it really creates that opportunity for Youngin to explore what he wants to explore. And his first time working with great players like Bray, great players like Diablo and Roy. You have a really, really solid kind of a four-man team right there. The only difference was you placed Oki with Renza, or it might be the same person. I can't remember their
No way.
Maybe he's got plastic surgery.
I mean, probably. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Okay, but let's cut to player camps to see how the players are actually doing. It's so good to see something really fresh. It's like, enemies become friends again.
Now, a quick little thing, kind of like my homage over to Oki, right? During their great times and their dominance, their reign, they of course, they set out overseas. I think that was Malaysia for, can't remember which tournament. They bowed out of the game and we kind of crossed paths.
It was SPS. It was SPS. I
don't think it was
Snapdragon.
I don't think it was SPS actually. I can't exactly remember what was that, but it was this team plus Oki, right? And then we obviously everyone was sad.
Yeah.
And then we crossed paths behind the stage, and then I was like, good game guys, good game guys, good game guys, and just kind of fist bump them. And then when it comes down to Oki, this idiot went over to me, fist bump. Sorry, abstract. And I was like, why are you saying sorry to me? Why are you saying sorry to me? And I was like,
no, he let you down, man.
Dude, right after they went, we just crossed our path, right? Dude, I bawled my eyes. I was like, why did you say sorry to me, man? I was like so sad about that. It's like, it feels like there's a lot of pressure.
But what was he gonna say anyways? Like, hey man, how's it going?
Just normal, just GG guys, GG, like good games,
Yeah, but you know what? It's GG. It's Flying Cloud once again. My most disliked map, but we're going into the environment where late game heroes thrive, and it's going to be interesting to see what Youngin will pull out of his pocket this time.
Just not Cyclops. The good thing is, I asked him. Not asked him. I just told him no more Cyclops. They never trained. They never trained for the Cyclops. So I'm like, okay. Okay.
But hey, now you're giving out useful information to the rest of the other teams that are watching.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. So they will learn to not use Cyclops because everyone knows.
It's a great hero. It's a great hero. Jay's used it one time. He was saying, oh man, you can spam the ultimate 5 seconds, every single 5 seconds. And I do agree. It's fun. Okay, going into the draft. KSG banning out the Lancelot, banning out the Chip. Stallions respond with the CC and Angela ban, taking out from the first pick. Typically, it's the Yi Sun Shin in that spot. And then you're forcing KSG to go over with another assassin, something like a Hayabusa, that might do considerable damage to the back line. I think I wouldn't be surprised if Stallions are going to play pure fighters again.
I don't think that they will kind of go with that idea again, right? There must be some kind of more kinds of variations per se. And the fact that they are on red side, that means that they have that surprise opportunity for R5. R5 is always the last one. They can react based on the entire draft that Kings have already picked. So this, at the red side, is always going to be Diablo's game to be picked last.
As Boxer getting snap picked up by Simple for Kings. So they're going to throw that over to Yahiko. Much more comfortable with the Assassins, but Boxer actually provides that much more prowess and engagement potential. That typically is the Gatok and the Kimmy spot, so Stallions might be able to snap pick those two up.
And perhaps at this point in time, I just want to see a little bit more from Stallions. You know, what kind of heroes that Diablo can play. At this point in time, I think just kind of testing him.
If you look at the entirety of the roster for the fighters, I think he can play almost all of it. I want to see him pick the Argus and make it meta.
Shut up.
No, I kid. But, okay, Kalea got to still open. Stallions will pick up the Kimmy as well as the Sun Shin. So you got your side lane metas actually in a viable position again, because we've seen how Bray does so well with the Yi Sun-shin. I think one of the fastest level 15s of all of the jungle so far, capped out at 9 minutes 20 seconds.
As such. Oh!
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Hiko's Fanny
Okay.
slips through the draft.
It seems like it is going to be either an XP or a roam, a Baxia.
Oh man,
The triple threat flexibility of the Baxia is coming in. There even is a Kalia. So I think that it makes most amount of sense. Wait, why would they? So this is no longer flexible. They like Stallions completely knows where this Baxia is gonna go now. Why?
but Baxia EXP.
Yeah, Baxia XP.
Kalia
Kalia roam.
What if you get a gold lane Fanny? It happened before. It happened before. Or go back to season 8. You got a Curtizi Fanny mid.
But Ryzen isn't Katisi though.
Hey. Are you
He's his own
challenging
person.
him?
No, he's his own person. He will make his own challenge.
Fair. Going back into the second phase of the bans, you know that the Grok is already getting picked up over the side of Lucian QT. There's only one area that we can play him. Ruby getting banned out by KSG. You've got Farsa taken off the bat as well. The Yve would be a threat to Stallions as well. They should be able to ban this out.
At this point, there is only a reason for them to ban a mage or a gold laner. But the fact that they kind of banned out the Farsa, there's still quite a lot that they're gonna have to look out for, right? This is relatively a divey composition from KSG. So if anything, a divey mage or an artillery mage will always be a very good pick.
Okay. You ask and they responded, banning out the Lunox, no more divey mages, and then taking out the Badai. So this is really a respect ban over the Diablo. You don't want to have that double side lane fighters, which are really hard to take down. There's still the possibility of getting that Uranus, but then facing up against Baxia will be difficult for them to sustain and re-heal everything up. There's a little bit of dissynergy between the Baxia and the Fanny, even though they can rotate to the lanes a lot faster. Baxia thrives on, just slow hitting the target's utility kind of play style. The STS really needs to find a way to take down and melt down the Baxia in the late game.
So what's it gonna be? Team Stallions, since they already... Okay, they're just lacking of a single marksman. And I think that this is a game that, yes, that they can go triple marksman. Exactly what I wanted to say. Since they already got a Kimi on their end, right? And then they pick up a Yuzu. At this point in time, no point going double fighters anymore.
Yeah, makes sense because the Moskov pretty much is defensible against the Fanny himself. There's only the problem of there's too many targets for Yahiko to pick off. It's easy to get into the back line unless, Lucian QT does something about it with building the wall. And, it's always the last pick, Diablo. It's always the same inane question. What will Diablo pick?
Okay.
And then you throw a dart onto a piece of paper and then you're going to pick that up.
Okay, it's gotta be someone that can dive over to the back lines. Someone that can dive the back lines and buy a lot of time with great sustain and so on and so forth. The fact that Lapu is actually not banned kind of give me the idea that they might want to play the Lapu in this case, unless they're going for something a little bit more unorthodox.
Well, the Selena, seeing the light of day this time around, a little bit difficult to manage, but you have a lot of damage already from the Fanny as well as the Beatrix. That's Akai.
Okay.
Coming into the question again.
Okay.
So a little bit of a flex. No, Diablo's going to play the Akai.
Yep.
Down the XP side, up against
Interesting.
One Boy.
It's still about the buying time. It is still about buying time.
I would say
They want to just win in this front to back because they have so many marksmen, right? They will just shred whoever is in front. If you dive into us, never mind, we will be able to split out this fight as much as possible, and whoever that's slammed into the wall, then that person is going to be targeted. And most of the time, it might be Yahiko.
yeah. I think it's more of a defensive pick for the Akai.
Yeah.
To throw Yahiko off his game, off his tempo, because there's 3 targets that he has to deal with. And for the one of the facts that I want to point out too is the Selena gives a lot more vision. So you're fighting vision with vision. One of the longest stunts in the game, that's around 3 seconds. So if he lands a stun, that means it's pretty much over. You're setting up for Yahiko. Everything's just empowering Yahiko. You got Bong as late game insurance. You got Iron Run to pull everyone back into the wall, over the wall, and Bunboy just to prepare himself to defend against any threat. But then the rotation will come through and he's facing up against Diablo. So we'll see how the EXP lane fares because it's pretty new. A pretty new lineups and matchups down the EXP side. But this is match point for Kings, oh no, for Stallions, as they are one game away from securing that spot in the playoffs.
As such, we are going to be starting with both players onto the purple buff. As a matter of fact, both of these junglers will end up in opposite sides of direction, unless Kings SG decides to go go a little bit more crazy just by just jumping into the opponent's jungle, which is something that we will see right now.
Yep, right there, Lucian Cutie pushing Yahiko back, not giving him that privilege of taking that EXP away from Bray. So very good read onto that one.
I like the fact that the Fanny just face planted into the wall.
Yeah, good read though.
That must be painful.
I like Lucian Cutie's playstyle.
Yeah.
I wish he was my tank in every single games because you can trust him. You can count on how well he is able to predict the movements of the rest of his team. And if he gets the traps, he's going to step on it. He's going to open that up. On the bottom side though, a 1v1 fight, we know that Baxter is going to have a smaller advantage over the Akai.
Yeah. It's really tough for Akai to have any form of sustainability. This is not the Diablo game, right? This is all about a team game. Team Stallions now, they are just trying to make their make a good way to really enable the 3 marksmen in this game. And it may sound definitely greedy, but it has been trying to test it.
It's a 4-on-4. Lucian Cutie taking a huge brunt of the damage, but Bumbo Reborn is actually first to fall, and Bray picks up first blood. Not enough damage coming in from Kings SG. The turtle spawns in the nick of time. Bumbo Reborn won't be there to zone everyone out of the way, and Team Stallions are gonna gun this down.
Yep, very easy take onto this turtle. At this point, we do have got the arrow that does land on the Roy, but not quite enough to do anything.
Good, Purify. The rest of the cavalry is here. The traction pulse pulls them both back into the wall. They go. One more hit. Roy will solidify that double kill. A little bit of a recall action from him, and he deserves that.
Oh man, what a combo.
Speaking of combos, that is a heavy spin into the SOD, into the tectonic charge, and no way Yahiko can survive that.
What is Diablo even doing there? Your lane is all the way down at the bottom. Holy, wow.
Yeah, well, Bumbo Reborn wasn't there anyway, so might as well. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Might as well.
Oh man. So this is kind of a post-turtle fight kind of in-game equipment. At this point in time, I think that we don't really have too much that we need to really talk about, except for one thing: the Sky Piercer that has been bought by Roy.
Oh, that is a fast Sky Piercer. Typically, you want to build the glowing wand first, just for a little bit more damage. Wow, okay, a lot of damage down on the bottom side to Bumboy Reborn, struggling to find his footing as he got that early game advantage. Diablo level 6, Bumboy Reborn just got that level 5. And he's trailing behind.
We do have quite a lot of physical damage dealers from the side of Kings SG, and in fact, one of the main damage dealers is all physical. So getting yourself the Brute Force breastplate is super important, and it does seem like we do have Lucian Cutie that just went straight for it.
No purple buff for Yahiko. But the pullback into the Banner's Rage. That is Lucian Cutie deleted. But that's all the resources utilized just for one roam.
Yep, Dreadnought Armor does help, but of course, there's way a lot of people that's just dealing with him. So he's gotta go down, and finally, Kings will be able to get themselves one kill. But they are all posturing up to prepare for this upcoming turtle. They'll be popping up in 10 seconds time.
There's that top side. Batrix already forced that flicker away. No useful resources around this turtle pit. Renza making his way down to the bottom side. Doesn't really need to join in these team fights. Ryzen just being really annoying. But here comes Yahiko with the cables, missing that one up. The Tsunami Slam will not land, but there is the Bandit's Rage over onto Bray, locking him down and taking him out of the game.
Essentially not any form of damage that Kings SG, not something that Stallions will be able to do. In fact, Moskov just couldn't do any damage.
Lucian Cutie barely making it out. The arrow finds his mark, and Ryzen picks up that one.
Renza is just literally just going to be a sitting duck for now. It's a tough game, but they are all just going to be crumbling onto him.
Crashing onto the wall, Purify already used up. SOD might not be able to do that. That's 5 members collapsing onto the gold lane.
With 4-4, the total scoreline at this point in time, Team Stallions lost a bit of their opening hand as Kings SG will be able to get a good amount of those energy shield, but it's not quite enough to take down any of this turret yet.
The triple marksman composition from Team Stallions, their cracks are starting to show. It is a bit too glass cannony. If you don't get that initiation factor from Diablo or Lucian Cutie, and you don't get the combos in, you're not going to have a lot of damage done. Diablo being a nuisance as always. Yahiko right there holding on to the Retribution, doesn't want to utilize that for now. You got 3 members down the mid side trying to find an angle and a flank down onto Roy. But the win condition for Kings is very obvious. Take down Bong, and the rest, as they say, is history.
There was, of course, a lot of opportunity for Renza to be able to wreak havoc throughout the entire fight. But understandably, because of the lack of items, this guy just literally deal no damage to the front line, such as Bun Boy Reborn. We just crashed right into the face of Team Stallions together with Iron Ryan. So it will take time. He just got himself the Corrosive Scythe. This is all mostly about quality of life as well as attack speed or slowing down the opponents. Not much of a damage item yet.
Here comes Yahiko with the cables. Won't be able to deal too much damage. Heavy spin for good measure. Get them out of the way. Team Stallions playing 4-on-1. They're putting Renza in a precarious position, trying to push down that lanes and trying to get that farm. We've seen Moskov a couple times this time around. The Bennett Rage onto Diablo. Will not be able to survive that. Able to walk out, but here comes Roy with the damage. With the cables down. Yahiko finds his mark onto the mid lane and slays him. Kings SG crawling themselves back.
As such, they will be able to get themselves that turtle pretty darn easily. And Team Stallions, unfortunately, have to step away and put themselves in the middle lane, watching them burn down.
The play for Kings SG is pretty simple. Take down Roy or any one of the marksmen over the side of Team Stallions, and Kings SG might have a fighting chance. The only issue that I foresee would be in the uber late game, if they are playing a defensive position, they don't really have that high ground apart from Beatrix. But if they are able to protect Bong from any harm whatsoever, that's going to be concealed play directly onto Bong. As we say, Tsunami Slayer bring Diablo out of the way, but here comes the rest of the team to block off all entrances onto Bong. The Bennett's Rage will deal a lot of damage, and Bumble Reborn able to soak up some, and it's all just a tickle, a touch, and a go. A lot of useful resources already used up.
Well, that is unfortunate. It could have been a pretty good initiation from Team Stallions to try to pick off Bong due to locations. But Yahiko joined the fray and just dove right under the turret to deal with Roy.
No one was expecting Yahiko, but there's a reason why a lot of teams are actually favoring Yahiko's Fanny. Renza gets a full brunt of that arrow, able to get stunned up for 3 seconds. No follow-up just yet. It's so difficult to get into Renza, but Yahiko identifies that Roy is one of the main targets. Once you take down that mid lane, you don't have enough secondary damage to deal with the rest of Kings. That's the Bennett's Rage already used to clear up that lane. The wave will get pushed in. T1 top will get destroyed.
It's a 1-for-1. One to the top lane in favor for Stallions and one to the bottom lane in favor for Kings SG. The response from Kings SG is impeccable, so that even if they do lose one of the side lane turrets, it is completely fine for Kings SG.
Good heavy spin, into the wall they go, but not enough damage to take them down. Diablo soaking so much damage as Iron Ryan able to get out of the way. Bong just free hitting on that backside. No one's taking her down except Bray. And Bray has that damage, but it's not enough. They're mitigating all of this. 2 members down, not enough to soak up that damage. It's not late game yet. Renza can't come online.
It seems like Team Stallions is lacking a little bit of a space opener, at least for Bray to be able to do something, right? So far, I'm just looking out for Bray to do optimal amount of damage, constantly just weaving in and out of battles. However, they don't really quite have a lot of those opportunities because for Team Stallions, they're mostly just chasing enemies, right? You're chasing against a fast-moving Grog that just flickered on forward. You're chasing after a hero that has been bumped by Diablo, rushing to a wall. So time is definitely wasted, and some of these movement skills from Bray has been used just to catch up, not really to create that kind of space so that he can optimally do damage through his glaive and his bow.
Yeah, Roy is one of the main targets that Kings is actually looking out for. Iron Ryan using the Tsunami Slam very defensively to pull them back and secure one kill. So it's always a pick-off after a pick-off. You see Rensa up alone, trying to push that lane, trying to maintain that long lane priority. Yahiko's not in the vicinity just as of yet. Stallions, they identify this. They know where he is, but they can't make a move because Roy, once he's exposed, he's going to get shut down, decimated, just like that.
Yep, he gotta have to play more safe out of everyone because I gotta have to say Bray is naturally gonna be a little bit closer to the frontliners to make full use of his glaives, while Rensa is just all around the map because of his ultimate, right? So at any point in time, the Moskov will just join the fray. While Roy does have got traction pulses that will reveal his location. So he has to be really careful because all the Fanny need to do is just beeline straight to Roy, and there's not much a Stallion SG could do to stop him.
A very difficult situation, especially for Rensa. Once he shows himself, Yahiko knows he's there. If he takes on the Moskov, I think Team Stallions are going to be feeling the full force, the brunt of the force from Kings SG. They have that damage to go through, and all they need is just to have that defense and get Iron Ryan to set things up. Yahiko's just there as an intimidation factor.
This is still a relatively early game for Team Stallions as they are rocking a triple marksman setup. We've definitely seen that triple marksman can work out in the early phases of the game because of the snowball factor. But in this case, Bray did not manage to get a snowball, so now they gotta have to wait and play the long game. A little bit of macro decisions across the board, trying to throw that Moskov across the map opposite of the Lord, joining in with an SOD at any point in time. That's what Stallions want to do. Well, for Kings SG, they need to end the game fast. Any time that they allow Team Stallions to just kind of dance around the Lord with no kill, that's the end of them.
Good flicker into the tectonic charge. Bong down low, but will not be able to get shut down. Bray comes in. Bray gets shut down, chased by Yuhiko, and kicks him out. Yuhiko unstoppable at this point. SOD lands, and here comes Rensa to try to clear things up, but not enough, as it's 1-for-1 trade. Yahiko makes it out with the upper hand. He still has that retribution in play. The Lord is open for taking.
Probably a bigger take for Team Stallions is the fact that they managed to bring down the gold laner, but they will miss objectives.
Oh, big Tsunami Slam onto Diablo. That's Yahiko going crazy with the cables. And Team Stallions, they're just back on that defense.
Yep, now it makes things even worse because of the re-entry from Kings SG, cycling Team Stallions at this point in time, putting themselves in a unprecedented spot with the Lord that will be credited over to Kings SG. They will march down the bottom lane. The middle lane T1 undoubtedly should and would be taken away unless they 5-man stack on mid.
The onus is on Rensa. He's always trying to sit down up on that top side. It's a tectonic charge onto Iron Ryan. Will be get taken out, but it's a trade 1-for-1, tit for tat. Bong will take Lucian QD out, and Team Stallions back on that defense. It's always a tough time for Team Stallions now. It's a very, very difficult position for Team Stallions to be in. Just because, you know, you got to face up against Yahiko's Fanny, and it's a big respect over from Team Stallions.
Yeah, so the fact that they no longer have a frontliner, it makes things so difficult for them to even be able to stand right underneath of their T1 turret. As such, they will lose that and very potentially lose the T2 if they can't clear away Bobby soon. Now,
Larry's coming down from the bottom side. You got two of the marksmen up on the top side trying to desperately push down the T2. The rest of Team Stallions already in the vicinity, taking down that Lord. You have Bray sitting heavily onto that top side. Rensa dashes out away from that arrows, and what makes things so much harder is that you have to play dodgeball alongside a cabling Fanny.
It's gonna be a tough one, and this is not just a Fanny that can just fly straight. It's a Fanny that can just fly round and round and round in circles. Understandably, Yahiko has shown prowess in his cabling skills, and I think that this is not peak performance just yet. There's a lot more that Yahiko probably could do with the Fanny.
Yeah, a lot of disruptions, especially from the Selena. Now the value of the Selena actually comes to show. You've got the traps as well to give a little bit more vision. Bray suffering a little bit from that damage. The wall, just for good measure, blocked that out of the way so Yahiko can't get close to Bray.
Remember, the timing that we want to go for is generally 45,000 in terms of total economy.
It's a reactive tectonic charge, but able to get out of the way, still has the flicker in question. Just for the orange buff, the Lord is going to spawn up in 1 minute, and Team Stallions are playing on the defensive.
They need to be super defensive. They don't have a lot of frontliners that can...
Ooh, good lockdown onto Bong, able to take them out. Roy just free hitting from that back. He's gonna lose his life by hands via Hiko. But look on the backside, Bray just free hitting and dealing that damage, taking 4 down. Bumboy Reborn is the only ones that's left. Great initiation from Roy to kick things off. The traction post into the lockdown, and now that's a wipeout. Team Stallions might be able to do this. There's a bubble down the T3 mid, but they're trying to pop that open. They need to desperately clear this out. They might be able to do it. Team Stallions, they're securing that spot in the playoffs.
Hot damn!
Hot diggity. Dang.
Hot diggy!
One mistake from Bong, one missed move. Roy kicked things off. He pulled that trigger, dashed right into the traction pulse, and I hope we get to see that in the replay because that was so beautiful. Diablo was watching him just like that. He snapped in, flickered in, heavy spin to the wall, dropped all of that, and Roy just kickstarted everything. A great find by the Stallions.
We have very different perspective of that fight, right?
Yeah.
You have been mostly watching onto Bong. You have been watching onto Roy.
Yeah.
I saw Roy, low HP and all. He's probably dead. So the next thing that I'm looking out for, it's gotta be Bray.
Yeah.
And for some reason, he got so much damage and just manages to snipe out the Fanny. Is also gonna be one of the other main things, you know? Being able to snipe out, get a kill down the Bong, and then snipe out the Fanny, and it just ran straight over to the box here as well.
Yeah.
It's more of like a standoff between the two of them and become a micro skill between the two junglers. And man, what can I say? It's a very unprecedented run down the middle lane just because of a single team fight, which I didn't think would have won by Stallion.
Yeah, I think that was just impeccable timing, great communication. I don't think it was communication at all. It was just chemistry. The pure reaction time from Diablo just to follow up with Roy was just beautiful, and I think Bray just beautifully executed that as well. They knew that they was all trapped up. He's the MVP of the game. The Eastern Shin was just unstoppable from the back line, taking everyone down one after another. He's got almost full build. I think that would be a Winter Crown or an Immortality if I ever seen one in that last item slot. But at the end of the day, he was in every single team fights, and this child prodigy is right back and going back into the playoffs.
Whoa. What a way to end this series, right? It kind of seemed as though Kings SG would have took the game for game number 2. Team Stallions clearly having a little bit of difficulty, and at that point in time, we were just thinking, okay, the game gotta have to end for Kings SG real soon because they're tackling against a 3 marksman lineup.
Yeah, for the most part, Yahiko is super scary. Not to mention, Ryzen was hitting the arrows right on the mark, stopping Team Stallions on their tracks. But at the end of the day, when it comes to big zonal potentials and great big skirmishes, Ryzen wasn't as useful, valuable in that sense. You need to be able to stack up your stacks. You need to be able to have that burst damage through. And typically, though, once Bomb goes down, there's no additional supplementary damage that you really effectively has. But I have to give props where credit is due. Kings SG played a heck of a game. Huge shout out to Iron Ryan, able to get counter-reactive plays from Lucian Cutie checking the brushes, able to take him down, able to force useful ultimates before any of these big neutral fights.
Understandably, the Protect the President is always going to be a very good thing to have.
Protect the President because Amooks is in the team as well.
I mean, for a Protect the President kind of situation, right? You will be able to get very good balance all around the game, whereby you have a good amount of sustain, crowd control, tank, damage. You know what is the direction that's going to be like for your team. However, one of the biggest weaknesses is that the moment that you don't protect your president, there's nothing to protect anymore, and then you just lose out your entire win condition. Puts the game in such a difficult spot. In the meantime, for Team Stallions, the way that they play the triple marksman is understandably the fact that you take out one of my marksmen, it's okay, I still got 2 more. Protect the presidents.
Protect the president.
You have less utility, you have less frontliners, but if you lose one, it's totally fine. You can still rock and roll with it.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights. Hopefully we'll be able to see a slow-mo version of that last fight. But this is the first game. Team Stallions just dominating over Kings SG. It wasn't a super easy game, but at the end of the day, it was Team Stallions knowing what they know, doing what they do best, and it was just a really interesting lineup that a lot of teams in the seeded stage has to watch out for. The tectonic charges coming in from, Iron Ryan and Lucian Cutie just really set the tone of the battle.
Honestly, after looking at this game from the side of Kings SG, yes, it is a 2-0 defeat in favor of Team Stallions. Kings SG really do seem like they stand a very good chance against Kingdom Esports, or rather Kingdom's Esports, Kingdom Esports. Because Kingdom Esports is the one that really gave Stallions a very difficult time, and for Kings SG, they were almost there. So for the lower bracket grand finals, for the Challenger Qualifier, or rather the Challenger stage, I think that is going to be a really tough game between the two kingdoms.
Speaking of which, this is the second game that we see. I'm just waiting on that last fight where everything went crazy well for Team Stallions. So that was the slow-mo replay. They start things off with Roy with the traction pulse, pulling 2 in. Diablo immediately flickers in with a heavy spin, and Bray just finishes that job. He's cleaning up shop.
Yep, that's not
from that back, and no one can stop him because everything's already used up.
This is all about a 1v1, but you have Bray with good mobility. You even dodge the skill shot. You know that you want to fight.
He's still got that time for that recall action. But hey, congratulations over to Stallions SG. A warm welcome, a re-welcome back into the MPL playoffs once again. And a lot of fans are rooting for you, but it's not over yet. When we come back after this break, it's going to be Kingdom against RSG, a rematch from the seeded stage. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be right back.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom. Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
to Double 11.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Churros.
My name is Abstract.
And we are your casters all the way for today.
What the hell?
I just wanted to throw you off. But anyways, man, it's good to...
What was that? What was that random curveball, dude? We did it well together. We did it so well.
We almost got things right. But we have one more game that we have to see. And this is the lead up towards that game. So it's purposely messed things up. You messed up my mic as well. But hey, you know, we're having fun. 6 out of 7 games. 2 more to go after this one. And you know, we're sitting fine. We're sitting dandy. I'd like to give a huge shout out to our sponsors. DX Racer for keeping our butts safe and our butts comfy all the way through today. We've got IT as well to keep our throats not dry, but like moist and really
moist.
Looking really dandy as well. And of course,
This is why we can talk for days.
Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Our presenting partner, IT, gaming chair partner, DX Racer, and of course, partner Esports Future and SG Esports Association. So thank you so much for making this happen. We are 5 out of 7 games in. The 6th game of today will be Kingdom versus RSG. And this will be an elimination match. If you lose, you go home.
Yep. And unfortunately, one guy will, or one team, 5 guys.
5 guys.
Someone would drop out, unfortunately. Lower brackets no longer have any more last chances. It's either Kingdom or it's either RSG. That moves on to the next part, which is the lower bracket finals to face off against Kings SG. Which one would it be? Well, we're gonna have to wait and see to find out how this best of 3 is going to unfold. But in terms of information and in terms of the what was that called again? The regular seasons, yes. Sorry about that. In terms of regular seasons, when it comes down to statistics.
We're finishing each other's sentences right now.
God damn it. Statistics and standings, we do have got Kingdom Esports that fought against RSG in a form of 2:1 in favor for Kingdom Esports.
So that means RSG actually has a small little chance.
Small chance.
And that is the only game that they've won through the regular season.
Now that I say that,
they've only won 1 game through regular season, and that should be Kingdom Esports.
Also won 1 game against Absolute Zero.
Okay, so that was the last game that they played yesterday.
Yesterday, yes.
Okay. So, but that being said though, that means RSG does have what it takes. It's just they really need to hunker down. They really need to they should have that last game as a warm-up game, and right now this is like taking the PSLEs, the O levels, the A levels, whatever you have, just throw it out there.
Yeah. Whatever that they have got to do or whatever they have got to show, they have to do it right here and right now. No more last chances, and this is really high stakes, mostly because of the fact that the moment that you are out, not only the fact that you are no longer going to be able to play in the playoffs, but it also becomes the fact that you will no longer be seeded for Season 11.
Ooh, so you're going to come in yet again as a community team.
Yes.
And this is really unlike for an organization like RSG, the longest standing organization in MPL Singapore. This is truly high pressure, high stakes environment for them.
The environment is the fall of RSG, right? It is a very regrettable situation when they started up pretty high up in the rankings.
Yes, sir.
They have been staying there for seasons after seasons to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's so many players that comes and goes within of RSG, and even after the comes and goes and the different versions of RSG, they still stood out strong. Even when it comes down to the later few seasons of 9 and 8, they have definitely have a little bit of problems dealing with Team Flash's brand new lineup after acquiring a couple of players out there, right? So even those games were not that big of a stomp, right? They suffered in the regular seasons, but when it comes down to the playoffs, they came back up, they got revitalized, and that was literally resurgence. RSG had a good shot throughout the seasons, and this is history. This is the point in time where they might have to impact history of being completely out of MPL.
Yeah, it's a reality that they have to face. But on the other side of the table, though, Kingdom Esports, a team that a lot of ex-players, a lot of current players are holding high expectations up. We saw the roster once it was released. We saw the players, and we're like, hey, this team might work. This team is pretty strong, and it does show in the first day. But after that, it was all downhill. I talked to management. I talked about to the coach, right? During the breaks and all that, and they said that actually they done really well in scrims. It's just that in the professional scene, sometimes is the game jitters. New players that are coming in, like Grant, like Drinsanity, they are finding it hard to adjust in the professional environment because for these players, for some of them, they are pretty new in this stage. But you have 3 veterans in the form of LOL, ZFMM,
Yep.
and Yawn as well. Coming in the season for maybe 3 to 4 seasons right now, especially for the young child prodigy that I wouldn't call a child prodigy because he's been
Not really a child
very
anymore.
long in this
Yeah.
in this run already against RSG, which is a full rookie lineup.
Yeah, so definitely quite a bit of change when it comes down to team-wise, but not really much of an organizational kind of thing. They are always has been there. For Kingdom Esports, they kind of come and go every now and then. Always been seen kind of like community teams every now and then. But then the more and more that they acquire, we have different veteran players that plays under their banners, and boom, here we go. We have veteran players, the roaming trio coming in from Yawn, FMM, as well as Lolzy. It sounds that they are supposed to do a really good job, but alas, here they are at the Challenger Qualifier, Challenger brackets.
On the other side of the table, with RSG, a lot of emotions running high. They've been practicing. They have, under the leadership of Melon, able to break some of the pocket picks that come up. They have won Kingdom Esports at least 1 game in the entirety of the series, but they still lost in the regular season. So this is their redemption arc, this is their revenge, and this is their resurgence if they so wish to make it into the playoffs. It's not an impossible task, it's just difficult and challenging hill to climb.
At this point in time, it is RSG's game that they gotta have to fight it out, because they lost in the regular seasons and they want to show that they are still in the game, that they are still the rookies to be to look out for, and they can't just get out of MPL without giving a single good fight.
We're starting things off. That's the random map draw. It's all down to execution. We can hypothesize all we want, but it's Flying Cloud yet again for this one. Statistically, I think RSG hasn't been doing too well in Flying Cloud. Typically, they succumb to the environment. They pick up drafts that are pretty late game, especially in the mid to gold lane. They don't have any backups. They don't have any cover-ups, especially for Ash. Not doing too well in the gold lane as well.
At this point in time, I think that drafting is important. I would like to see what Melon have got in store for us as to, what things is gonna look like, how things are gonna be drafted. I particularly just didn't like the Yisun Shin gold and then putting, who was that in the jungle again?
That was Lucas.
Lucas in the jungle.
So I think I hopefully won't be able to see those two again, because I really think it doesn't work. You're wasting a lot of resources that should be funneled into Yisun Shin. Instead, you put it over to a hero that really relies on a snowball effect to be even a slight useful. So going into the draft, we got the Phoveus and the Lancelot being banned out. That is an ode of respect over to Taurus in the EXP lane. You want to have Insanity having a good EXP laning time in the early game. The first 5 minutes will be pivotal for Insanity to come online. Hasn't had a good showing up against Team Stallions in the previous game, always having one of the highest deaths in the game, but it doesn't really matter because his playstyle is pretty much similar to Lolzy and how they like to, be the sacrificial lamb, try to set that plays up before the rest of the team comes in hand.
So at this point, 2 more bans to go. So far, CC's gone. That's great. Baxia as well as Chip is actually still available. So at this point in time, I think that both teams are teams that can play. In this case, Chip, right? Chip is available. Grok is also available. Yisun Shin is out there too, but I'm not exactly sure if whether that's something that Kingdom would want to prioritize, because that means that they're gonna have to give either the Grok or the Chip away.
There's also the Kimmy in question in the Juicin. So it's a trade over on both ends. Usually the first spot, if Eastern Chin is open, Kingdom Esports will snap pick that up. If not, it would be the Kimmy just to secure lane dominance. So it will be the chip this time around. And it's a breath of fresh air as Lousy playing the chip. We haven't seen that in a while too.
Oh. Okay, so PTBL getting themselves the Fredrin as well as the Alert. That also means that the Kimi as well as the Yisuchin is actually still available for Kingdom Esports to pick up for themselves. And I think that they will be pretty happy to grab that for themselves because, I mean, perhaps even Farsa would be great because that's something that we also kind of know FMM for in some sense. There is still a lot of flexibility as to how they want to play around with this.
So for typically the Gatot and the Kimmy would come out in this second phase of the draft, but you know Gatot's already filled that position up with the chip, or the Rome's already filled position. Might go with the Eastern Shin once again. At least you have a bit more time and space to work out for. This Eastern Shin and the Alice pairs out very well with the chip.
Okay, Eastern Shin and Alice. So pretty tanky lineup that they have, and I will say that going into the shortcut really enables the Alice to immediately just pop off the TOR. So I think that that's pretty good kind of combo that we can expect. But from that point on, what kind of damage output are we looking out for? I don't think that they're gonna go for this kind of wombo combo kind of thing. It's more of a front to back in some situations, and perhaps just a little bit more on the divey style. Yisujin can dive, so at this point in time, they are just lacking of a single gold laner as well as a mid laner. Lunox is still a good hero that can kind of dive in together, unless they want to play triple marksman kind of thing again.
Yeah, it tears down the Fredrin.
No longer Kimi.
Tears down the Fredrin. Tears down the Arlot. Just needs a little bit of space. Pairs well with the chip as well.
Yep.
I think the double fighter side lane for Kingdom Esports is on the tables, just because the Eastern Chin is right there.
Yep.
Ruby looks really hella good against RSG, so the Eve will be taken out. And typically, I think for chip, if I remember correctly, the Eve was used as a countermeasure against the portal. So portal out, you box them into place, and they can't escape.
Yeah, generally you want to have the Eve be played against the chip. But in this case, they have already picked up the Kimi, so no, it's not going to matter too much whether they pick up the Eve or not. I would generally look out for heroes that would excel in close quarters combat, such as a Valentina, or perhaps even when it comes down to having the Lunox in this case. Lunox is a lot more flexible because it deals with Fredrin pretty darn well. Valentina, at least you will be able to steal away that final slash, and you still can do pretty good damage with your 1-2-1-2 combos.
Right. Right. I was looking at Juicin. Right now, it kind of seems like Forza might be a very good target right here. FMM doesn't really need to take up the any high damage heroes. He doesn't need to enter the portals. He just needs to be in a precarious position for the rest of his team to enable the Drinsanity to set things up with the Alice, and then Yon just comes in, whips everyone into shape with his arrows.
Welcome to Grok's castle.
Okay, good ban on the Grok. There still needs to be a shredder from the side of Kingdom.
Granger seems like a viable option. Good defense
for
in early
RSG?
game. Granger seems good. Easy to execute, easy to play along, and we always see the Kimmy Granger combo. They've already set themselves up with the Fredrin and the Arlot for that one.
No reason for them to go gold lane fighter for this case.
No, unless they want to try something sneaky and crazy.
Doubt so. The way that RSG played out is that they are more
Traditional?
team fight. Not traditional team fight, yeah.
Okay,
They
so
do
that's a
have
nice pair.
Okay, yeah. So that is a combo together with Fredrin. Enables more mobility, and this is a get out of jail free card for Fredrin. So they can play hyper aggressive. As such, because of the Mathilda, it might actually just suggest that they want to play fighter goal lane, and then just leave the Kimi to do the sieging into the later stages.
Yeah, I think that is just a counter pick over to whatever Kingdom wants to pick up. I think the Ruby kind of works well around the TOR as well as the portal that the chip brings. And it's a very good countermeasure towards, pushing the gold laner back from RSG.
If they do want to get out, they do want to get out Joe Fury card together as well. Even having a Valentina is totally fine.
Yep.
But you did mention about the Farsa. You did mention it. We do have artillery. We do have high ground for now over to the side of KE. So it is generally going to be a four-man drop down over to RSG. They just need to hope that they can actually win in these pickoffs.
Yeah, that's the Ixia just to get that additional range over the Farsa. I think they are sussing things out. Ixia doesn't do too well against the Ruby. And for a fighter Ruby, we've always seen a lot more sustain coming in from her against a typical marksman like the Ixia. So I would say a good pick over from RSG. I would say the next best option would be a Granger. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And go typical Kimmy Granger combo. The Ixia kind of pairs well with the Matilda as well. Once you throw down your barrages, you're able to use the Guiding Wind just to get you in a repositioning angle. But now, draft is all set. I'm really favoring Kingdom Esports draft right now. Very combo heavy, a lot of CCs, a lot of zone potential, very high burst damage, very intel heavy, able to just sit into your face and you just feel super uncomfortable, and Yon just able to do his thing.
I do also like RSG's lineup in this case because this is a very combo-centric team where they are able to kind of like combo out, right?
Yeah.
There is a lot of utility that they can use with the Guiding Wind in order for the Ixia to #1 reposition in a better spot when the full barrage comes out. There is a good way to use the Fredrin to just dive right into Kingdom Esports so that they can play hyper-aggressive and still get out in the nick of time. Or ultimately, the Guiding Wind is also another escape tool for whoever that got caught in the shortcut.
Yeah, it will be difficult to execute though, because that's the Fredrin. I would say, who is your win condition? You only have like Yon to take out. And it will be difficult for a Fredrin to lock onto anyone else, except maybe FMM. You don't really have any backline engagers unless you reposition with the Guiding Wind. And a very quick steal from Kingdom Esports with the lethal. That's going to be really quickly dealt by from the Kimmy, as Kingdom Esports has potential to ramp up aggression early game, but I don't think they want to push the option a little bit. Wait for the power spikes and try going into a little bit more of a hard-hitting role.
Well, to answer your question, I think that most of the time it will be initiated by Hoki's the Circling Eagle. Otherwise, if Taurus do find an opening to displace Kingdom Esports out of position, then that is also going to be another way. So displacement tools are always going to be great, especially if you do have a Fredrin on your side. This way you'll be able to engage something, or you'll be able to pull people right into PTBL where he doesn't even need to use too much to get himself right out of into uncharted territories.
Speaking of uncharted territories, the Mountain Shocker used as a defense mechanism, push everyone away from Lawsy. Still no level 4, so we won't get to see that combo come to fruition just as of yet. The turtle will spawn up in the next couple of seconds, as RSG does have in a viable position, have all the lineups that are needed just to zone everyone out of the way. Grant's not having a good time up in that top side just because of the range difference, but I think for the Ruby, all you need is maybe the War X just to keep yourself balanced out and heal everything back up right before the turtle spawns up. The good thing about the fighter gold laner is that you are able to clear the wave fast and try to zone everyone out of the way. You get better airstrike to kick things off.
It does seem like we do have a little bit of a tougher fight for the side of RSG as they are currently being pushed back. Lawsy flickers himself backwards, but still will go down to Murphy as he picks up the first blood. The turtle is still currently in the enmity of RSG, but Yon will take that away from RSG almost immediately while they collapses themselves right down to the PTBL, giving Yon a double kill.
Good rotation from Grant. We'll be able to see 4-to-1 composition. You have Lawsy up on that top side trying to get that EXP lane. And get EXP just to get that level 4, because the true power of Kingdom Esports draft only comes in once Lawsy gets that level 4 and the portals in a very precarious position. So now Lawsy can ramp up the aggression, go into the jungles and grab all of the members of Kingdom Esports into that portal to set things up.
And speaking of which, almost seems as though that was the intention of what Lawsy might want to do, but getting a kill on the Hoki understandably wouldn't get them anywhere.
Yeah, not a lot of value onto the roam of RSG Singapore. And I think for the gold lane, RSG has a much better structure this time around. Ash is feeling a little bit more comfortable against this fighter. But on the bottom side, Taurus having an easy solo kill onto Drin.
Didn't think that that would be a thing, considering that it's Alot, and this does seem as though it's a bit more on the tanky side Alot, but it is the early game after all. Building a Fury Hammer and having good amount of damage to deal with the Atlas is not unheard of.
Yep, Lowzy holding on to the portal, trying to open up a little bit more vision to maximize Yawn's earnings. He's already 2 levels ahead as the Yi Sun-shin against the Fredrin with 1 death to PTBL's name and 2 kills over to Yawn, so he's got a Hunter Strike, might be able to speed up his farming just a little bit more. Lowzy sitting up nicely and comfortably up on that top side. He wants to find an angle over to Ash, and PTBL just sitting heavily down that dot bush, want to try to find a little bit of initiation or disengage over to where Lowzy wants to go.
The amount of gold over to the side of Kingdom Esports that really enabled Yawn and Grant, understandably, is going to be very pivotal in the upcoming fight. I don't think the RSG SG have understood that just yet, as they are just going to be jumping right into the fight as Kingdom Esports drops the portal right in front. While in the meantime, of course, artillery strike coming in from FMM all the way from heaven down to earth. PTBL loses his life while Yawn picks up the turtle, putting themselves in a great lead of 2,000.
The barrage will start to hurt in the late game once the Ixia gets a lot more core items in his name. But then again, the combo actually really comes through. Once you bring in the Alice, the immediate TOR comes into play, as well as the I'm Offended. You got the little bit of a disengage coming in from Grant as well. Taking a lot of damage, Ash 1 hit away from taking that. Guiding went out, wants to play it safe, doesn't want to push the situation.
Yep, he does have the War Axe, so he's not particularly too afraid of staying in lane. Just kind of stay in lane and he will be able to get his HP all the way back to full. As you can see right here, almost full. While they take down the T1 turret up in the top lane, this is definitely not a good shot for RSG.
For some reason, Kingdom Esports is up 3,000 gold, and I think it has to do with PTBL just sitting on that dot bush and not maximizing his farm efficiency. That Yawn is constantly just farming, pushing down these jungle creeps and trying to get his level 15 as fast as he humanely can. That's level 10, 6 minutes. Typically, Bray hit his level 15, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. Yawn might be able to do the same.
Yeah, so right now, the main thing for Kingdom Esports is trying, we're just chopping itself into opponents, I suppose. But unfortunately, FMM is currently in the Lord's Pit as he opened up the defended airstrike. It didn't really quite land to anyone. As such, there's 2 ultimates that's been wasted, and RSG will take this opportunity to launch themselves around on the Kingdom Esports, while Ash is in an optimal position when it comes down with the full barrage. Taurus with the final swing, just going to be getting himself a kill down onto Insanity, and followed up by FMM, pushing Kingdom Esports all the way to their base.
Great sweep by Taurus just to push everyone into the full barrage the RSG has built. And now, Kingdom Esports still 2,000 gold up ahead. Looking at the itemizations, I can see that, man, it's just this Yi Sun-shin. YSS is just out of control at this point. 5,000 gold lead. Able to read and assess the situation before going in. RSG really needs the contest for the YSS once we hit late game territory. But as a double fighter side lane combination, we typically say, hey, 15 minutes is, or 12-minute mark is basically the peak of how the composition would run. But it's an Yi Sun-shin, so it's basically a marksman / assassin. It has a lot of damage. We see how Bray likes to play this. So Drinsanity looking for an angle onto that. Full barrage already used up.
Yep, full barrage as well as the Appraiser's Wrath is used to secure the turtle. But in the meantime, this is just going to be pandemonium all the way onto RSG. Kingdom gave no way for RSG to fight back at all, as they were a little bit too fast on their fingers.
PTBL and Ash not having a great game, especially for PTBL, as the Fredrin should be able to tank up the brunt of the damage before the rest of the Goon Squad comes in. But Kingdom showing no remorse and taking down one after another. Yawn already on level 12, PTBL still level 8. And this is not looking so good for the jungle.
Not at all. That gap is a little bit too big and relatively surprising for RSG to want to continue to contest for the turtle. Indeed, he did manage to take the turtle down, but it's at the expense of his own ultimate, his retribution, and then eventually his own life.
Now we see how the power of the Ruby actually comes in. A Ruby doesn't have to sit on the farm, doesn't have to slowly get that gold and up ahead. Once Grant's got his War Axe and maybe even the Queen's Wings, that is it. He's basically just running in, using their crowd control, initiating and counter-initiating all of that.
Yep.
Taurus using this final sweep for good measure. Good little call from that. Has pretty decent cooldown. And now Ruby's online. You see Grant having the Queen's Wings as well as the War Axe. You're able to sit into the heart of enemy territory, and then essentially just stop their tracks and just push them away.
Yep, and because of that, we Ruby don't expect to need any more items from here in order to get into peak performance. Any items from this point on is just going to be grade bonus just to stay alive a little bit longer. Itemizations for the Yusujin ultimately is still super important, so he's been going all around the map, taking all of the lanes and literally the creeps. So this is hyper farming for Yon, just so that Yon will be able to get a massive amount of gold lead on top of everyone from RSG. It's even fair to say that 3.3k, maybe half of those are to Yon.
Yeah, all of the members of Kingdom Esports, they're hyper farming everything over to Yon, just holding on to every single target. And Lolzy sitting nicely on that top side. RSG doesn't know where he is. They'd have no information at all. On the other side of the table, though, Yon has that Mountain Shocker. They know where everyone is. There's Lolzy on the back line, able to have that portal down.
It does seem like the traction pulse has been used as well as the full barrage, and of course using the guiding wind to get himself a little bit closer, but unfortunately he doesn't have a lot of damage to deal with.
There's Grand with the Ruby. Oh
my goodness! They're still gonna be continuing on forward. They did manage to get a kill down on the PTBL. It is actually quite a surprise that all they lost was PTBL.
Yep, Yon having his level 15, 10 minutes 01. And PTBL still just lagging behind just a little bit. A good counter initiation from RSG, able to bring Ash and the full barrage into harm's way, but Grant is just a monster at this point. There's no way to deal with that Ruby. You need to buy quite a bit of anti-regen capabilities if you're RSG, but you see Grant and how he plays, just fearless, going into the midst of battle, just tanking all that damage, and his job is not that damage dealer anymore. That job is going to the hands of Yon, so he has no stress. He has to just set up, wait for the right time, wait for the right opportunity, and Kingdom Esports are just running it down.
Yep, it deals a heap amount of damage. As long as Yon is in the territory, he's going to be dealing the massive damage to RSG and keeping them completely out of sight and, well, technically out of mind. So with the Lord that's already pushing down to the bottom lane and the rest of Kingdom taking down and sweeping all of the outer turrets, RSG at this point, they gotta have to play possum and just stay at home. Otherwise, they might just get wiped out.
Yon has a lot of damage, great turret siege, great burst damage. Here comes Grant, trying to find something else, but unable to do so. Very disciplined coming in from Kingdom Esports, got what they can, got what they are able to get, and RSG back on that defense.
Interestingly, PTBL picked up an Oracle. Now, Oracle is a great item onto the... technically, yeah, it's a great item onto the Fredrin, especially since you do have a Mathilda with you, right? It enhances the amount of healing that you have. But if you take a look, his Oracle is actually the second item, with the first item being the Brute Force Breastplate. So he's got no items that really helps him to tank, to really help him to defend. So I think for him to just go straight into Oracle and expecting a bit more healing factor to keep him afloat is a little bit tough. You will be able to exponentially improve your healing potential because of each HP receives less damage if you have these kind of physical defenses, damage reductions, as well as magical defenses.
100% agree with you. I think for PTBL, that is more of a defensive and sustained mechanism. His only role right now, I guess, is just to dash in, try to get a taunt down, and let Ash do the work. The full barrage is actually a very good high ground mechanism for RSG Singapore, but it might not be too well drawn out once FMM gets into the picture and gets into range to try to push Ash back. Lord's going to spawn up in 15 seconds. Kingdom Esports looking for a nice angle. Look at where Lolzy is. They don't know where anything is. So once they have their eyes set on Ash, Lolzy might just come in through with the portal. There we go. Portal coming through. The guiding wind brings them out of the way. Final slash will not connect.
So it's a little bit, it feels a little bit of rushed job from Kingdom.
Yeah.
But it's not a big deal. They're already at a massive lead, so even without one ultimate or two, it's not gonna give RSG a massive lead. But speaking of lead, that is what they want. FMM with the Feathered Airstrike, getting a kill down on the Hoki. This essentially just disables the aggression for PTBL, and it doesn't allow PTBL to go out of position anymore.
Yep, RSG can't contest for this Lord, not without the guiding wind and not without Matilda. So Yon's gonna snap pick and blitz this Lord down. Kingdom Esports still having the upper hand, 8,000 gold lead. Lord already spawned up, marching down that bottom side. RSG has high ground capabilities. They just need to protect Ash, and if they do, they have a second chance and a lease of life.
The Lord is going to be marching down to the bottom lane and almost a barren wasteland. We still have the top lane and the middle lane for Kingdom Esports to settle. But looking at the fact that RSG don't have a very strong front lines, I think that PTBL will be just outpoked very fast.
Yep, we've got Yon already looking and hungry. He's got a BOD. Lord already marching down the bottom side, taking down a huge chunk of that turret damage. You don't have that synced waves. So Kingdom Esports can't push that situation. It was a little bit of a wasted resource, but you've got Grant. Anything can happen. He's got a flicker. He's trying to find a position.
Just going to be lashing right out. The full barrage is also going to be a wave clear item, while that guiding wind allows Ash to get a little bit closer just by the edge, just so that he will be able to take that one out. Insanity did manage to get a little bit of a kill for his team, and of course, it's a one-for-one trade.
Burst?
Almost enough to take Ash. But regardless, all of that is, there's only one objective that they wanted, and that is the top lane T3. Potentially the middle lane T3 as well. The Feather Airstrike is already back, and at least RSG SG, they managed to push Kingdom away.
You know, RSG, they're playing it to their playstyle. They're waiting for Ixia to come online. And in the uber late game, that's all Kingdom Esports can do. We can take this time to talk about our life, talk about, like, you know, how's
alive?
How you're doing. In the 80 seconds for Lord spawns up, that's when the true battle really starts. RSG wants to play it defensively, use Ash and get that full barrage when they charge into the turret. So we have all this time. How are you doing?
I'm actually pretty good. Not exactly the best morning for you, for me.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, car just kind of ran out of fuel. It got stuck in nowhere. Thank God that there's a crew that actually...
I was almost going to cast solo for the first game.
Yeah.
That was how it's going to be.
Yeah, so I got really late because of that. I mean, before that I was already late either way. But you know, it's my first time.
Getting stuck in the highway
right after the highway.
Right after the highway.
Literally rolling down the highway.
Right
outside the highway.
So immediately no power from the engine. No power. Well, speaking of power though, we've got Lawsy taking a lot of damage in from RSG Singapore, but it's going to be a trade for trade. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. I am having a great day so far. Just casting right here. Huge shout out to IT for keeping us comfy, keeping us quenched. And of course, DX Racer for keeping all of us safe right here. So huge shout out to our sponsors. IT right there, nice little otter. He looks like a pearl. I always think so. Like if they make a pearl that looks in the shape of that otter, I think it might be really cute.
It will be, but I think it requires a rocket scientist to actually do that.
Scan that QR code for a chance to go into the M7 Championships as an audience. Mind you, not a player. I know some people are like, I get to play in M7. No, you cannot.
Competitors be asking you, which region are you from? Which MPL do you win? Oh, I wanted a scratch card.
I wanted a scratch card.
But yes, you get to fly over to Jakarta and of course support your Singapore champions in the international stage. And I think that is one heck of an experience for those people that didn't really manage to get themselves in the international stage before. As a viewer, you definitely need to try.
Speaking of airlines, you got the top side. It's Matilda Airlines not being able to save Ash, and down goes that Ixia. There's a window of opportunity for the entire Kingdom Esports to come in. The portal's already let through. Grant pulls him back down with the I'm offended.
And he does, that's a two-man immobilized, but unfortunately that's not going to do anything for the side of RSG Singapore. While they continue to floor it and completely crumble onto RSG. With the Feathered Airstrike, more than enough to kind of push the rest of the members from RSG away, which is only Murphy, granting Yon the monster kill and granting Kingdom Esports the Game 1 victory.
Stepped up the base a little bit too far. Lawsy sensed that. The nice prediction from Yon and dragging along with Lawsy, locking down Ash and immediately shuts that Ixia down. And they don't even need that Lord, it's just bait. They're just waiting for a nice angle. And great, perfect play from Kingdom Esports. I mean, we're talking about our life, and within this game, they found an angle when everything was so quiet.
Yep.
And I feel like RSG, is also thinking, oh, nothing's going to happen. They're just going to take that Lord. We're just going to step out a little bit. We're not going to contest. We're going to tease them a little bit. But at the end of the day, Kingdom Esports showed up big time with that nice little fight on Ash.
Yeah, it kind of seems like a deathly stare down.
Yeah.
It's, when RSG just goes out, they know that they're not particularly gonna do anything. If the opportunity arises, then okay, we'll lunge at you, we'll take that one free kill, and then we faster run out. And in the event you're still trying to go for the Lord, we'll go back in a bit and just kind of like, you know, test punches kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right? But I think that they didn't really quite expect a full force swing from Lolzy all the way behind and pop out from absolutely nowhere.
I feel like everything would have gone much better if Ash was situated in the base. There's no way to, you know, have an open back and you don't really have to watch your 6. For that, you know, MVP of the game, Yon taking down names and just really solidifying himself as one of the best assassins in the MPL SG region. 6-0-4 on the Zizunshin, 924 GPMs, got his level 15 at the 10:01 mark. 77 kill participation, and huge props to him. Great find onto Ash to, you know, seal game number 1.
Great props to the team as well, just hyper farming Yushin out of like literally into the oblivion. And the way that RSG just lost out entire map control, Yushin is literally just traveling from mid to bottom to top lane, snagging every single wave that he can possibly get his hands to.
Great itemization from Yon as well. The YSS built the BOD in the mid-game territory, sold the BOD, got the immortality instead because he knows that he needs that defense on the uber late game part, especially when they want to make a risky move alongside Lolzy. But very good read for the entirety of Kingdom Esports. Props to RSG though. It would have been a different story if Ash was situated right in that base and just waited for the Lord to get taken down by Kingdom Esports and then used full barrage to just do massive amounts of damage. You have that repositioning from the Flicker as well as Hoki, but I don't know who made that call that they had to step out of that base. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's a learning point. RSG Singapore had the better high ground, but Kingdom Esports exploited that once they stepped out of their homes. It's there. They're just robbed them of this victory.
Honestly, I just want to take a look and really talk about the itemizations, because when it comes down to itemizations, yes, at one point in time you can always say, oh, it's not gonna make that big of a difference, but it does contribute to how you're pacing the game, right? Because at one point in time you are definitely gonna be building Oracle onto Frederick because it really helps you a lot, especially if you have a Mathilda on your side. But the arrangement of when you bring out these items is actually so darn important, because you're essentially looking at 1000 HP, 1000 max HP for your Fredrin with no multiplier to help you reduce the amount of damage taken. Then all those healing are just raw healing into 1000 HP. You're not getting more out of the healing because each HP that you have doesn't take down less damage.
Yeah, I mean, comparing both of these junglers, look at Yon's gold, 16,000 gold. It's more than twice that PTBL has on the table. PTBL as the jungler having less gold than the roam of RSG Singapore. That speaks volumes to how things like to play out. Typically though, as a Frederick, what you want to do, at least get a Molten Essence to enable you to farm a little bit faster, get on point, or even a Thunderbelt, just to extend this early game farming lead. But Yon is just hyper farming. Everyone of Kingdom Esports just giving up these small little creeps, putting them down so that Yon gets like those one hits and then he's out of the way and he's rotating all over that map. So great rotations from Kingdom Esports. I love this draft and something that I've been excited to see, and they played it to the T.
Yep. So all in all, this is the game between Kingdom Esports and RSG Singapore. Game number 1 to Kingdom Esports. I will say that when it comes down to draft, you're pretty right on the money when it comes down to the Farsa pick, right?
Yeah.
And I think that that's actually a really good point, because they do have got that high ground to really deal with a very macro kind of gameplay. Because if they were to just kind of hunker down everything into, okay, everyone go into the portal, then they actually lose access to quite a lot of things, such as number 1, sieging tactics, number 2, zoning potential. Just because they want to all 5 men into the portal is a classic case of put too many eggs in one basket.
Yep. In my mind, the Farsa pick was just so that the Farsa could create that zone and still stay safe, because you're throwing a lot of high committal heroes onto the opponent. You've got the Ruby coming in, you've got the Alice coming in. If both of these two are gone and you are a super high committal like a Lunox in the mid lane, that's not going to help, especially if you're on a losing end. So this Farsa pick was more insurance than anything else. I would say a Yeep would have been much better because at least you have control over the portal as well.
Right.
Jump right in and then reposition yourself, immediately throw down the RWM, and then your opponents just can't move anymore. Ultimately though, I'm excited. This is one of the first times that I'm seeing Ruby when I'm casting a game, and it's played out super, super well.
Yep. And I think that the other thing is I'm not too sure whether they've kind of saw that Ixia coming, because that combo only started to hit me the moment that they picked up the Ixia, right?
Yeah.
Because Ixia plus Mathilda has definitely seen its competitiveness for quite some time. The Mathilda plus the Fredrin has also seen competitive for quite some time. So as long as the team, this 5-man composition, they come together, I think it's relatively fair to say it is a strong composition as long as Ixia is able to go online. The problem when it comes down to the lineup really just feels as though the roaming trio didn't really quite do enough.
Yeah.
Because Mathilda is actually a pretty aggressive roamer. Yes, you kind of lack in that opening up the map kind of thing, but this is not dangerous grass. This is actually flying cloud. It's some quality of life. It doesn't make your life any more difficult as a Mathilda.
That's right. It is a bit difficult. I have to say that the jungle of RSG not performing too well, causing a little bit more of a dysfunction between the entirety RSG team, because you need the jungle to, empower your team, kick things off, especially if you're a Fredrin, start the ball rolling, get the taunts going on. But once you're in there, this Fredrin just immediately goes down by the hands of Yon, and you can't keep yourself sort of like in
afloat?
A lower... Yeah, you can't keep yourself afloat because this Yon is just high-performing. He doesn't really care about these major objectives like the turtle. Yes, it might have been better. Yes, he might have gotten his level 15 earlier, but he's looking for trades all over the map. PTPL is just waiting and sitting for something to happen. This is not how you should play in a competitive environment like that.
It feels as though, like, for RSG, they feel completely choked out. They don't have an answer for what's happening in front of them, right? Their wave clears their wave is just constantly being cleared out by one person. What can we do to stop him? Do we have a way to just lock him down into oblivion and quickly bring him out? Well, technically, no, because it's a very committal draft to a certain extent, right? Fredrin has to go in, Arlet has to go in, Kimi has to get close enough to deal enough damage, or just throw the traction pulse, and that's the only thing that you could do. So that is probably the problem. But they never tried it. They literally didn't try it once in order for them to realize, okay, it doesn't work. Because it could work, because they had a Mathilda.
They had a Mathilda. They had the engage, disengage kind of factor. They had the healing factor in the late game, but they didn't utilize that Mathilda fully with the Fredrin. But now, game number 2, it's back to the drawing board. It's a whole piece of white paper all over again. And we're here to tell the story. So, starting off first with how well and how happy, Kingdom Esports is going through with this one, powered by IT. You can see Lawsy ranking that up, psyching himself up before the match. And again, RSG just feeling so defeated this time around.
Yeah. They definitely has got quite a bit to really work on. And I think that they are at a point whereby they're gonna have to try everything.
Yeah.
Even if
pull out
means,
all the stops.
Yeah, even if it means kind of throwing bodies, but that is something that you will be able to check off if whether it works or it doesn't. Because you'll never know. At one point in time, you might be able to hit something and you will be able to just run along with it.
Yeah. Well, it's all down to execution. I think that the draft, nothing was wrong with the draft. They got what they came here for. They knew how to play it, but it wasn't executed well. Broken Walls will be the random map of choice, which is dictated by, Mobile Legends GPT. So, but anyways, I feel just really as defeated as RSG, because if I was playing in Ash's position and if I was that Ixia, I wouldn't have stepped out of that base. I feel like they want to do something, but there was too many threats that you had to calculate, that you have to look out for.
It's the classic could have, would have, should have situation, right? And unfortunately, that's a chapter that's closed. They're gonna have to focus on this final chapter, because this very potentially is going to be tournament life. And not just tournament life, but it's future tournament life as well. The moment that they lose this game, they are out of MPL SG Season 10 and subsequent MPLs where they would no longer be seeded in.
It's going to be the first time in 10 seasons that RSG is in this predicament right now. We're jumping in straight to the draft. It's going to be Kingdom Esports in first pick, RSG second pick, and it looks like the draft will be pretty similar. You've got the Lancelot Phobias being banned out. I think Melon might be looking at a Yusunshin Angela ban. Typically, that's the spot for the Angela. Haven't seen Angela 100% ban rate so far, or almost 100% ban rate.
Let me take a look at that. Pick ban rates. Okay, wait. Just give me a second.
Yeah, 100% pick ban, but it's how many times that it's banned or picked.
Wait. Sort. No, wrong. Sort.
This is times where we need Jace to.
Yes, Angela 100% pick ban rate with a 6.25% pick rate, which is 3 games out of 48.
Ooh.
45 of them were all bans.
How much win rates out of 3 games?
Win rate out of the 3 games, huh? Wins 1 game out of the 3 games.
So 33% win rate out of 3 games picked up.
33.33 and recurring.
33.33. So that 3.33 is still a big factor.
Leroy! Sorry, wrong game.
We're going into the first pick. It's going to be the chip once again. No changes so far. Pretty much similar bans all across the board. RSG needs to learn from their mistakes. If they face up against the chip, no more Isunshin this time around. So might not have a double fighter side lane anymore. Don't want to deal with the Ruby.
Angela.
Oh, Angela's actually open.
Angela's open. Okay.
If RSG doesn't pick that up, I think Kingdom Esports might be able to do so. So you have FMM playing Angela, in the mid side.
Yeah, that can definitely happen.
Then you have sort of like a hyper carry down the jungles as well.
Probably,
a lot more damage. So it doesn't look like they were going to pick up the Angela.
But Angela plus Angela into Juicing is actually kind of scary.
Angela Alice.
Angela Juicing is scary. Angela Alice, I actually haven't had the honor to watch that yet.
Angela Alice, Angela Lapu, Angela anything at all is pretty scary in there. Angela Esmeralda is one of the a classic favorites as well.
They're still going to go for the Fredrin though. I didn't really like the performance of Fredrin in game 1.
Yeah, maybe they are going to change their gameplay a little bit. I feel like the only issue with the Fredrin that PTBL brought is the farming potential. He could have been able to farm much more and provide a lot more value to the rest of the team. But for, Kingdom Esports, this is not what they're scared of in that sense.
Yeah, perhaps they just need a hard tank, right, to open up the map for the Fredrin. Maybe that is something that PTBL is not very comfortable with, that is opening up the maps by himself, or relying on a guiding wind to run away.
So the Kimi won't be picked in this game. You've already got the Eve alongside the Juicin, so that's a really double whammy with the Alice Eve onto the chip portals.
So no Angela, despite the fact that Angela actually is open.
Interesting turn of events.
I'm actually kind of surprised, to be honest. There must be a reason why so many people have opted to ban the Angela.
I think it's just caster curious. Once we brought out the statistics and said 100% pick ban rate, then...
And then we look at the win-lose rate and just like, hey, actually it's not that big of a deal.
I feel like it's kind of still a big deal. But it's whether or not RSG still wants to pick it up as a roam, because you do need, like you said, an additional person to open up that bush, and a hard setup tank would be much better. Angela mid would be would still be meta, and at least give some form of protection and enhancement to the rest of the team.
I kind of want to see that Angela plus Juice in the combination. We've seen that once, and we saw and realized just how disgusting that actually is. It's a never-ending, never-dying Juicin that became the core. I'm not too sure whether RSG would actually play that out and if whether they have a memory of that happening. If KE do have the memory of that happening, they will want to ban it.
Okay, Akai's been banned out. That is the Gato. No Gato's, no Akai's. Would the Fanny be a high possibility for Yon, though. This looks like a fanny game. And then, you know, Murphy is just going to be super annoyed by that. So no Grok. It's a perfect fanny game. And he's got broken walls as well.
Introducing my buddy. That's Mari.
With a Claude as well. So no more possibilities of the Moskov. So we are kind of setting it up for KE. They can go for that. Lancelot is already taken away.
Hayabusa could be a possible option as well.
Hayabusa could. But it is going up against a Fredrin. So technically speaking, I mean, they can, but not particularly a necessity.
Yeah.
They are pretty tanky.
A lot of options for KE.
They need damage, actually, yeah. They do kind of need damage. Yi Sun-shin is taken away. Other jungle damage.
They should go
Joy.
traditional this time.
They can go Joy. Joy is fine as well.
Joy's good. At least it shuts down the Claude. Uranus.
Super tanky. This is very tanky.
And the 1-1. Okay, so Alice in jungle?
Uranus jungle.
Uranus jungle? And then Alice in the EXP lane.
I would like to believe so, yeah.
Interesting. Interesting turn of events, how the turns have tabled. KE throwing some pocket picks of their own as well.
Okay, so I'm not too sure whether it's actually really going to be a Uranus jungle, but between the Uranus and the Alice, I would much prefer Uranus because his clear speed in the jungles is way, way faster than an Alice. So I would not want to see the Alice in the jungle. But regardless, the weakness about Uranus in the jungle specifically is about the upholding of the Radiant stacks. You don't have a lot of ways to actually uphold your Radiant stacks because you no longer have the ability to keep on proxying around. So you are forced to take a couple of shots from the turrets, for example. You have to always keep an eye out for your Radiant stacks at all times. And the moment that you enter a fight without your Radiant stack, I think that you are already losing out in a lot. And you have to put a lot of emphasis onto your consecration in order to get stacks faster.
Well, seems like you're right. Uranus is going to be in the hands of Yon playing in the jungle. I'm not a big fan of that because there is a specific role that the jungles need to play, which is either clean up or start the engage going. And Uranus doesn't really provide any of that. Yeah, you can clear the jungle speed much earlier on. You fare up well against the Fredrin. You don't farm as fast as the assassins, but still, you are farming much faster. I think right now, second fastest jungle farming of tanks after the Baxia. So
Baxia is number one.
Yeah, Baxia is still number one.
I would say that Uranus is 2, Hylos is 3.
Hylos 3, correct.
Yeah.
Still, tested it out on my own. Not too much a big fan just because you don't really have the utility from Uranus. But hey, you know, the
Just
draft is all
annoyance,
set. We're jumping into game number 2. That's match point for Kingdom Esports.
So, with that all said, let's take a look at RSG's lineup and kind of break that down a little bit, right? We have the Cho as the last pick, and I don't particularly like that because you do have the displacement and you do have the lockdown, but you don't have anyone to really make full use of it. So it become a pick-off. It is a pick-off skill that is turned into a front-to-back in some sense, right? You kick someone so that you will be able to directly target this one person. All of them just collapses onto one. It doesn't feel pick-off to me. This is just front-to-back for me.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this Uranus is kind of forced a little bit. PTBL down low, Lowsy trying to push that situation. Here comes Yon as well, able to take him down super low.
PTBL is already dead. Just like that, Yon manages to take first blood. This is a 4-man dive in over to the opponent's jungle, and this will severely slow down the farm rate of PTBL.
Very good early game damage coming in from the Uranus, but that's just early game. We'll have to see if Kingdom Esports can push this situation down and maintain this aggression that they already has. PTBL level 2 will get starved a little bit just because of that quick and early death that Yon had.
Actually, with this emblem that Yon picked up, there is a possibility that Yon wouldn't even go for the book. Probably just Elegant Gem first, and then immediately go for something else. Number 1, Oracle. Oracle is one of the core items of the Uranus. Number 2, if they want to go for more utility and they know that they are winning, then the Ice Queen's Wand is always going to be a good way so that, because you're literally facing against a Fredrin already. Slow him down even more, and he's not getting out of fights.
True. Maybe it might even be a pure damage Uranus because you don't really need a little bit more defense, but a huge kerfuffle in the mid lane.
2% knockup coming in from the Furious Dive from Taurus. That's a good start. As such, they're going to be finding another one when it comes down to Lantern Flare. Longzi taken down. There's already 2 men down from Kingdom and potentially be able to get a little bit more because Yon is still completely right in the face of the opponents. But
Nice
POR
TOR.
lands on the PTBL, allows them to get a little bit more out of that trade.
Good find, good flank from Drinsanity, able to get there in time, but here comes the portal onto the Dragon, able to get that out of the way.
Yep, manages to bring 3% right out of base and allows them to, you know, kind of settle in and posture up for an upcoming turtle fight here.
It's a 2 for 2 for both teams, and you know, it's still anyone's game. Pretty even Stevens at this point. Yon is going to struggle a little bit in the turtle take. Don't really have a lot of utility. Has to rely on Lawsy to try to open up that brush, but he's going to do so. Doesn't have the portal to get anyone into the picture, and PTBL is just scared out of the turtle pit. Free and easy turtle for KE.
Yep, so far no problems and pretty darn easy. The amount of gold that's credited over to Kingdom Esports should be a decent amount, right? 600, it shows 600, but I think that it is fair enough that almost 600 or 300-400 is actually going over to Yon. This guy is unstoppable, and the very fact that I talk about the Radiant stack is a bit hard to uphold, the opponents actually have a juice in, so he's actually gonna be happy to take it.
Oh, let's jump. It's RWM. Everyone's locked into the box, and Lawsy just gets taken out. PTBL down low, but won't be able to chase him down anymore. Kingdom Esports back on the drawing block. 1 death away, but still up ahead in gold lead. Just a little tiny bit.
2-3 RSGs getting a little bit more kills, but the farm is not particularly going to them just yet. If we look at the amount of kills, Murphy have got the most amount of kills. 2-0-1 for now, so should be the one with the most amount of gold. Indeed, yes. 2.3k, and with the Elegant Gem and slowly building into the next course of item. While for the Uranus, he's gonna go straight in for the Oracle.
Yeah.
So he don't even care about the Elegant Gem. Does seem as though because he's already far ahead, and he does have got I suddenly forgot the name of that emblem.
That's the Impure Rage.
Yes, Impure Rage, thank you.
You're very much welcome.
So he don't even need too much mana upkeep.
Yeah, just build defense. I think that's the power of the Uranus, just being an annoyance and try to push everyone back. The only issue that I foresee Kingdom might have is not enough burst damage. A lot of utility, not enough burst.
Now that the Uranus have got his Oracle, he's gonna be a scary guy because at this point, no one will have the items to immediately stop his amount of healing. No Dom Eyes, no Sea Halberd, no Glowing Wand. Only until Murphy picks up the Glowing Wand. So this is the biggest power spike that we can expect out of Yon. He can literally just dive 1v5 and possibly not die. Possibly, I say possibly.
He's already out farming PTBL once again, 2 levels ahead on top of the Fredrin. And this Uranus is just blocking PTBL from coming even remotely close to the turtle. There's not a particular way that RSG would be able to come in with a Fredrin first. They have to throw in Hoki or throw in Taurus on the top side.
It does seem like they will be almost be able to get Taurus down. They will be able to, as the RWM traps him right into the box. While Drinsanity goes all the way to the back, hoping they will be able to catch one more.
Nice little block onto Taurus just to take the Yuzhong out. So it's a free and easy turtle on that bottom side. Ash is down low, might not be able to get taken out, but here comes Hoki trying to find any reconciliation and consolation prize at all, but here comes the crossbow tank, keeping himself safe, and it's a ratatata. Get Grant out of the way.
Another game of a sitting duck for the side of PTBL, unfortunately, but they finally managed to find something out of Lolsey, hopefully, but the flicker allows him to get himself right out of dodge, and that is all just so wasted.
Good stun, good flicker, just to get everything out and about. Kingdom Esports 2,000 gold lead on top of RSG Singapore in a unorthodox draft, if I could say so myself. Uranus already slowly building up the one part of Dom Eye, so that's a half build. Might be able to stick into this one just to reduce the physical damage and goes for something a little bit more high damagey. Maybe even a Glowing Wand might be an option right here for Yon. He's already taking down a lot of these jungle objectives. PTBL, I can't remember the last time that he's taken down his own purple buff. Right now it will be. He's already gotten his first one. After a while, it's always Cast a Curse that we have to.
It's always. Now, of course, looking at the items, I do like PTBL's first slotted item. Immediately going in for the Radiant Armor, it makes absolute sense since it's going up against an Alice, a Uranus, as well as a Eve. Slowly but surely, this helps him with good amount of defenses against the early game damage dealers, allow you to kind of stay alive in the fight way longer.
Yep, it's Lolzy coming in, dropping the portal, but the dragon is getting out of there. Just a little bit of a scare and taking a lot of damage. But here comes the Wan actually going back into the lane. She was right there on the top side, and then he went all the way down back again just to get that maximized farm.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be over just yet. RSG seems like they have a concealed play from the side of Hoki, PTBL right in the face of Insanity. However, the rest of the members from RSG seems like they want to retreat. They do not have enough manpower to really take up this fight.
I feel like this is where Yawn is going to struggle a bit, as we are seeping into mid to late game territory. After this turtle, he's not going to deal a lot of damage. He's not going to be as much of a nuisance that we think he is in the early game. But slowly but surely, Grand is coming up online with this Wan. Not a lot of defensive mechanisms from the side of RSG Singapore. Very good dodge, good purifies, and a build and purify to that respect to get Grand out of sticky situations. How do we want to play it though is just really check out the brushes to defend Grand, but that is a kick onto that Wan. There's a lot of damage taken out. He's holding on to the Purifier. In the midst of battle, Yawn is taking the brunt of damage.
Yep, all the way on the backside, we do have Yawn that's just going to be speeding for days and really just tanking up so much damage. He's not going to care about anything though. He will be able to get himself right out of there while our FMM just going to be going up with the RWM. Didn't really quite catch anyone and keep them there and dead. As such, they will lose Lolzy at the trade of the middle lane T1. They'll be happy to take that as they will wait probably a little while longer for them to be able to take down the T2 too.
Murphy's already got that killing spree, 3-0-1, great game from RSG. The only issue is Kingdom is looking for trades for the infrastructures. They're letting RSG take their bodies. Lolzy doesn't care, he's sacrificing himself. And out of all of that, Yawn is just walking right and dandy, trying to burst the bubble away from the mid lane T3.
We can see that Taurus actually deals 0 damage to Yawn.
Yeah, because with the Shah residue as well.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of Radiant stacks that he have on himself plus the Oracle just makes it so that the healing just immediately negates the damage that Taurus deals onto him. And that's kind of crazy if you ask me.
Yeah, there's a taunt onto Yawn, taking a huge brunt of damage, but able to get out safe for now. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that soon when Kingdom Esports just slowly hyper funneling Grand to infinity and beyond and getting him his core items as fast as he can.
Why are they doing this? They're constantly just kind of giving... Okay, I guess that's an answer, right? Finally getting a kill down to Yawn because they just keep on poking him.
Yeah,
Poking, and they didn't really dive into something. If not for Hoki, I think that Yawn would just be in their face collecting Radiant stacks.
Yep, here's the portal onto the Black Dragon, unable to find any reconciliation. And I think Lolzy should be able to find a better target. The win condition would be Ash. If you're able to take that Claw down, you're opening up a lot of opportunities for yourself. I think Yawn was also begging for them to start that engage, start the key resources used up. Taurus also used up the Black Dragon form, so that is a huge resource wasted for this, the first Lord of the game.
I think itemizations for Grunt is almost there already. We are 10 minutes and 48 seconds into this game, preparing themselves for the first Lord. In the meantime, Lolzy has also managed to pick up the fleeting time, so a lot more shortcuts can be made and they can be a lot more hyper-aggressive. Which, speaking of hyper-aggressive, I think that they should be preparing for something right about now.
Trying to split up their heads, and Kingdom Esports doesn't even need to be in the Lord Pit as long as they have Lolzy to give a little bit more information. Yawn's right there to start off the Lord Dance. RSG Singapore trying to find out more information. I think they need a kill onto Grand. That is the only win condition that RSG has. The rest of the members of Kingdom Esports doesn't have that much damage. They do have that crowd control though, and Insanity always starting things up with the TOR. They see where the Claw is. Lolzy's trying to find an angle. They're starting the engage. and they're going super deep in.
They're trying to look for an opportunity to kick someone. They're trying to look for that pick-off that they so much needed. As such, they're going to be jumping themselves right onto Lolzy. The shortcut has already been made, while the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports, they're just slowly making their way in. But in the meantime, Hoki manages to find a really good kick down onto FMM. Gets him down. Grunt is also the next one down. Well, in the meantime, Kingdom Esports, they are just going to be melting down in the hands of RSG. But it doesn't seem like Yon will stay alive any longer. Drinsanity doing what he can. 1v3, hoping that he will be able to clip onto Ash, but that doesn't seem like it will be the way. Well, that's more than enough for Ash to get himself right out of dodge and away from Drinsanity's AoE through the battle meter image.
Great call from RSG. Waited for Ash to come into position, and Kingdom Esports can't just walk in like that anymore. Ash is coming up online, does have the damage to melt everyone down with the Blazing Duet. Lolzy is trying to push all of them in, delay that Lord information, but no, Lord's already taken down. The economy is shifting towards RSG's side, and this might be their silver lining.
Slightly, right? They will have that Lord advantage working into their direction, and the good thing is, the Lord is actually marching down in the middle. One of the best things that you can have is have a Lord marching in the middle, so that you can apply so much pressure in the middle, get all of the T2 turrets down, because T2 turrets in the middle lane almost equals to getting the side lanes down too.
That's right. You open up a lot of space for the jungles, and the approach coming in. PTBL, it's having a better game and better start, trying to lock everyone down. Grant dealing a lot of damage, but not enough. They have to watch out for Ash. That is the win condition that Kingdom Esports has, and Grant can't be in a precarious position like this anymore. One wrong move, one wrong stun, one wrong taunt, and Kingdom Esports might crumble.
Maybe we're looking for a small little opportunity.
Do you know where Lolzy is, though?
Yep.
Lolzy's just waiting for this Claude, but Ash is quite sneaky at this point.
It's just changed position. Not going to be spotted up by Murphy. Going to move out of the way as the Little Wanderer scouts him out. So unfortunately, no sneaky plays from Kingdom. They would not just spring out in the open and force a team fight. That would be fun. But let's take a look at the items, because we already have got one. We have a total of 4 items. Corrosion Scythe, the Windtalker, Hearth Claws, as well as Berserker's Fury, as compared to the Claude, which have got quite a bit now. Corrosive Scythe, as well as the DHS, Golden Staff, and Wind of Nature. Very important.
I think that Yon's build is going on a defensive position. His peak has, I feel, ended a little bit in a way.
Ended long ago.
Ended long ago, because there's not a lot of
Like
follow-up
7 minutes in.
crowd control that when Drinsanity goes in, typically you want RWM to follow up with Drinsanity's TOR, and then maybe the portal drops, Grant gets a nice position, Yon creates that space for Grant to get that weakness points off, and then use that crossbow tank to go ham on anyone. That's a full build onto Grant already, so the damage should be there.
I think that the main mistake for Kingdom Esports is that, well, Yon have got the unkillable tag on his name because of his oracles and a couple of those other items, and he's constantly just having the Radiant stacks. That is actually the point in time where Grant just hyper farms, like what they did in the previous game for Yon. He can't hop from the bottom to mid to top. They have so much control of the map, but I do not remember seeing Grant actually making full use of the entire map.
Yeah. In that team fight, though, I think Ash was just left all alone. And I think for Grant, the only threat that, the looming threat that he has is just this Claude that does massive amounts of melt burst damage with the Blazing Duet once they get close. So wasting all that resources, Ash waits for the right time, and he's playing a better game this time around. Starting things off with that Lord, Grant starting and the top side, Lolzy holding onto the portal and finding some information. Might be able to take this T2 down and pushing through on that T3.
Yep, free to U2, possibly T3. With the shortcut that's already been dropped down, Ash takes the Lord for himself, while the big black dragon just gonna be flying all across the sky. Not gonna do too much, but he's managed to soak quite a bit of damage. Drinsanity lost his life throughout the entire ordeal. RSG Singapore is looking for an exit out of the fight, because there's no point in extending this fight anymore.
Yeah, tough call to make. Grant was on that top side. Once the portal drops, he immediately dashed backwards to get in the portal, to get into the team fight, because he knows that he needs to make Kingdom win out on this one. It was difficult. It was a difficult decision. It was a difficult choice for him, because if he had stayed up top side, then they might have been able to take down the T3.
Yeah, actually, it could go either way, right? They will lose the Lord, but technically they will get the T3. So in terms of value-wise, personally, which one would you prefer?
I would say take down the T3 and then wait a little bit longer to pop the portal, because once RSG Singapore knew that Grant was in within the position, they already immediately popped the Black Dragon form to get out of the way. And I think the target prioritization from Kingdom Esports was always onto Taurus. That is the one of the bigger threats that they have on towards FMM as well as Grant. So now on a defensive front, the Lord getting a slow march down on the top side.
We do have the Lantern Flag that managed to land onto Lolzy. The rest of the members from RSG, they are all huddling up in the middle while the Lord marches up top. The RWM pops just for a quick little wave clear, while Yon is just going to be tanking and soaking up all the damage. Even Consecration is used and he's still alive, man! This guy is never going to die at this point. So the good thing is they managed to clear out that Lord and they didn't even lose the T3 up top.
But they lost Grant. There's some time that Kingdom has to buy before they can initiate again. As RSG Singapore, though, every one of the members of their side is just slowly getting into that late game territory. It's 17 minutes on the clock, and Kingdom Esports in a defensive position is not where you want to be once you had a massive 6,000 gold lead in this series.
We've got maxed out items for both of the core damage dealers now. The POS one, gold
marksman,
laners. Yeah, the marksman.
It's good to play.
It is going to be RWM just going to be pop. Pokey go for a kick back immediately. RSG zoning out the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports, but unfortunately TOR is just a little bit too much for them to handle. But they will still be able to fight back right now. Lolzy just finding himself taunted down. He will be taken down as well. It doesn't seem like things is going to be working fine because FMM now is currently being under the beacon of that Lantern Flare, allowing PTBL to pick up that kill, wipe them out, and RSG, they will hold their ground and they will be able to keep themselves in tournament for now.
When you're fighting for dear life, you fight. It's all instincts. A great play from RSG Singapore to stay afloat. Right now, the scoreline equalized against Kingdom Esports, and it's anyone's game at this point. We didn't have to come so this far. But I feel like for Kingdom Esports, they had such a massive lead. It was a huge comeback. Ash really showed up. PTBL done his job. And it was such a beautiful game that RSG played in this match.
I just find it a massive blunder that they did not make full use of the real estate that they had in the early stages. Grant didn't exactly make full use of it.
It was very difficult for the 1-1 to get the attacks on. I knew that Grant was slowly farming, slowly pushing down the top side, slowly pushing down the side lane turrets. But when it comes down to team fights, he didn't have that much of an impact, if I could say so myself.
I don't really remember a lot of those big crossbow tanks kind of situation. This is a team that has actually a lot of ways to bruise up the enemies. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to, they managed to really secure proper kills.
MVP of the game, that's Murphy, 5-0-8. Beautiful, perfect game that the Jusin has. Over the entirety of the game, even at the start, Yon was constantly battering onto this Jusin, but he actually showed up this time around. I remember we were discussing about the mid lane trio comparison between both the teams, and for RSG, Murphy, PTBL, as well as Hoki actually creates a lot of disruptions. They lost their life from the get-go, but you know, they kept fighting, they kept coming online. They waited for their main win condition, which is Ash, to really show up. And this is back to square one. It's like a deja vu from the regular season. Kingdom wins out the first game, RSG takes down the second game, and now the third game is anyone's game.
Now that you kind of mention it, yeah, they do have quite a lot of crowd control. Initially, what I'm looking out for whenever the Cho is picked up is that they want to burst someone down when it comes down to the displacement from the way of the dragon, so that they get themselves the numbers advantage. But it does seem like everything will work towards their way because there's so much crowd control. And when it comes down to sustain heroes, the one thing that is their _1 enemy happens to be crowd control. And that is something for the Uranus, and that is also something for the Alice.
Speaking of Alice, Insanity haven't had much success with the Alice. Played it just now earlier on with the Stallions. not finding a lot of great success in it as well. I feel like the Atlas is good, TORs hit and TORs land, but the damage isn't coming through. There's a lot of utility from Kingdom Esports, not a lot of burst. So that means that RSG Singapore are just healing everything back up. You see Ash actually using Wind of Nature, sitting down really comfortably, and I have to give respect where respect is due, and Ash actually showed up big time in the late game.
So all in all, we do have got finally, I wouldn't say finally, but one of the good games for RSG. Still a little bit on the scrappier end, not gonna lie, due to the fact that early game, it didn't go too well.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, I think I kind of understand.
Yeah.
But the aggression from Kingdom Esports probably threw them off guard. They just needed some time to kind of reset themselves over and over again. But ultimately, when it comes down to all of the Lord fights, I think that missed opportunities and a couple of misplays on the micro end from the Southern Kingdom Esports.
I do have to agree with you. I feel like the Uranus reached his peak very, very early on. If they weren't able to clear out the game in the first maybe 12 minutes, then they will find it a lot harder to clear the game out in the later stages. So at the end of the day, you know, it's back to the drawing board. It's a 1-1 between Kingdom Esports and RSG Singapore, but they're fighting for tournament lives. But after this break, so when we come back, we will see the culmination between these two juggernauts in the Challenger bracket stage. We'll see you soon.
to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name is Churros.
My name is Abstract.
And we are your casters for today.
I was expecting a curveball.
I was going for a curveball. But before we get into the last game of the elimination match between Kingdom Esports and RSG Singapore, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors for making this possible. MPL SG Season 10 is powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner IT, gaming chair partners, DX Racer. No, you gotta pull.
Okay, fine.
Your
fine.
neck away.
No,
This one, we'll get it right next time. We'll get it right next time.
I'm pointing to IT.
IT was already done. We're going to DX Racer. Huge prop for them.
Scan the QR code now.
Scan the QR code.
Yeah, scan it. Scan it.
It's right here.
Scan it.
It's right here.
Over
Where
there.
the cups are.
Where the cups on it.
And of course, partner in esports,
Drink the QR
Future
code.
and Singapore Esports Association. Guys, we gotta be honest with you. We've been here for a very, very long day. It's been 14 matches, but you know this is gonna be an exciting match. It's elimination for two of these seeded teams coming down for this second last series of today. And I want to give a huge thanks to IT and DX Racer especially for keeping us comfortable and keeping us all fine and dandy all throughout this day. You can see Abstract really reclining back, and hopefully the players are too. It's been a long day for them as well, fighting tooth and nail, clawing their way up since, ever since the start of today. But we're jumping into the players to see how they're feeling right now. RSG should be feeling good about themselves after this, the win against Kingdom Esports in the earlier run, and they should repeat that performance very, very well. Their playstyle reminds me a lot like Vanguard in the previous seasons, which is, very laid back, very late game comeback kind of situation. Hunker down, play it safe, wait for the marksman to come online, and it's very Sammy if you remember.
Not exactly. I can't really remember too much.
It's been a long time.
Bad brains.
Bad brains?
No, dad brains.
Dad brains.
Dad brains.
Also, I think huge congratulations to your kid. You have
Thank
your
you.
kid is finally speaking right now.
Yeah. Say some really cute things as well.
I want to have a daughter too.
Soon.
Speaking of daughters, the Angela was wide open.
Yeah,
just
dude, what the
now.
hell?
From 100% pick ban rate down to 90%-ish, if I'm not mistaken right now.
Hey, why is this 200%?
Hasn't been updated right now, but Flying Cloud will be the random map drawn for the final penultimate match between these two seeded teams. One of them will go home, and one of them will not be seeded anymore for Season 11. That's going to be a tough call for other teams. So a lot of focus over on the side of Kingdom Esports. They shouldn't be in this position. Statistically, they should win out RSG, but RSG are fighting their way back.
Okay, that's definitely something that I messed up with the Excel sheet, because I have like Buxia at 106.25% pick ban rate.
Always remember that Season 4 JPL with a diggy. 90% participation. Out of nowhere.
You participated so much, you participated in your own death and your own death of your teammates.
Okay, RSG finally banning out the Angela. Finally, Angela back in the pick ban ratio, and unfortunately won't be 100% anymore. With a Flying Cloud up and selected, and banning out the Franco. So a respect over the Hokies picks, as well as Lousy. Don't want to play with that anymore. You got a CC also wide open. RSG might choose to ban that out. Or even a respect over to the chip. I think the chip is a problem, but right now, onus is on RSG, their first pick.
Okay, so finally RSG realizes and like, hey, look, Angela's banning out. Let's ban Angela.
Oh, the YSS.
Okay, so right off the bat, okay, before that, we do have Kingdom Esports in second pick, second ban, RSG in first pick, first ban. Total out with the Kalia, Angela, Yusujin taken out. And in the meantime, we also do have the Boxia, Franco, and the CC taken away. First pick going on to the Lancelot. So I'm kind of surprised that they... maybe not too surprised, because PTBL actually plays a lot of Lancelots. And I think that this will be his 5th time of the season.
Hey, you know, if this is how you are potentially going to go out, this is the hero that you're going to pick. And RSG recognizes that. PTBL wants to get that Lancelot in his arms away from Yon to deny that, that potential fast finger movement from the child prodigy, I would say. And of course, Gato and the Jusin snap picked right back up by Kingdom Esports. Typically, you want to throw over the Kimmy to RSG's side. Maybe even the Rock is wide open for their taking as well, but it might be a dissynergistic pick if the Lancelot is right there.
That is the Lapu. We haven't seen the Lapu for quite some time now. It's been leaked out for quite a lot because of the resurgence of Esmeralda, the Uranus as well. But regardless, we do not have any flex pick going on. This is very straightforward from the side of RSG. Grok over to the Roam and the Lapu over to the XP. Unless somehow they decided, hey, let's put the Lapu in the gold lane.
Precarious position. You have a lot of artillery mages that might be in question. Phobius gets that picked right back up. We totally forgot about that. That was always the first ban over the side of Kingdom Esports.
Oh, Harith needs to be banned out.
Harith needs to be
banned out by RSG.
You get a Kimmy. Might be the Farsa as well. I don't think the Eve will be able to do too much against the Jusin.
Eve against Jusin. Okay, at this point in time, Jusin plus Gatokacha has got pretty good wave clear. If you're looking at the Grog also can wave clear pretty darn effectively. So they can actually look out for a mid laner that doesn't necessarily have very good wave clear, but does very well in team fights. So what they are looking out for is mostly team fights, right? Yeah, mostly team fights. A little bit of front to back. A little bit more to front to back, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
Akai,
they can dive too.
Akai would be a good pick for Kingdom Esports unless RSG bans that out. That is one of Yon's comfort picks as well if we're going to the jungles. But it will be the Ling, so that is 3 jungle bans over the side of RSG, just denying Yon of anything at all.
Okay, they didn't ban the Harith. That's a big surprise. But I do think that RSG might want to play a little bit more towards the dive portion. Because at this point in time, 3 of these heroes that's picked by RSG is very committal. They can definitely still leave it out in the open. They can kind of still, kind of work their ways around it, but we'll just leave it to them. Joy, okay.
Next best choice for the Assassins. I think for Yon, he really wants to go on this Assassins. Much more comfortable with it anyways. Now,
RSG could take Harith as well, to be honest.
They could go for double fighter side lanes again. Bane gold lane might work too, just to disrupt that Joy. You could go for the Ruby gold lane. It kind of works both ways. At least you have some secondary damage from the Lancelot as well. But you're losing out on a lot of range. And speaking of range, I think Barca might be a good option here, but they're going back to basics, going traditional a little bit. And the Zetian makes her appearance up in the penultimate game between RSG and KE.
Okay, so now going up against a Granger, naturally when we see Granger, we are thinking, okay, one of the other heroes that is really good against him is Irithel. Irithel is pretty okay, but if they want to play kind of area denial, which is something that seems to be the MO for KE, then Harith should be the way. You drop down your Zaman Force, you generally still is going to do a very good job throughout the entire fight because you're constantly just keeping the opponents inside of the fighting box.
Okay, solidifying the last pick will be the Moskov. A little bit of a late game potential for Kingdom Esports. Statistically, Moskov has been doing well. I think the only one that has really good win rates and really good stats on this is Vanix. From the side of Flash, but for Kingdom, I think they're comfortable with it. Gran wants to play a sort of a late game potential. You got the Flying Cloud to get you into the map much faster as well. Granger's definitely going to win out that gold lane. You got the Zetian action as well. So you got a little bit of a area denial onto the ultimate as well as vision play if you are RSG. I like both drafts. I'm favoring RSGs a little bit more just because of the early game potential that they have.
I'm kind of impartial about this, to be fairly honest. Kingdom Esports lineup, I think is pretty okay, but I think that a Harif would have done a lot better job in this role. Yes, that would mean that it's a lot of magical damage coming in from their side, but I still think that it will work in a team fight oriented thing way better. But regardless, on the other side, for the side of RSG, they have very good information gathering from the S10, very good lane pressure coming in from the Lapu Lapu once he reaches level 4. It kind of goes tit for tat against the Phobia, so they should be relatively skill reliant.
The bottom side, a little bit of a trade. Grant healing everything back up. Ash as well. Kingdom Esports will take it slow this time around, but they do have a little bit more early game damage and fast mid lane clearance with the Gato and the Jusin combo. And if Kingdom Esports wants to utilize this, they could go for the aggressive.
As they slowly get themselves in a better spot, I think the Kingdom generally is the one that have got a lot more lane priority. Moskov is pretty annoying in lane, especially if you kind of have the Inspire, but it doesn't have that. But in the meantime, Gatokacha plus Jusin, very fast wave clear. They put a Z10 as well as a Grok, actually kind of bumps up their wave clear even more, so they're kind of equal in mid.
Well, last game of this series, and RSG Singapore Kingdom Esports, they don't want to make any more mistakes. Lawsy trapped over the wall, getting pulled back, able to get taunted down and pulling Hoki a little bit too far in front. This phantom execution onto Lawsy, a little bit of a damage testing by PTBL, but always safe, always fine.
Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Tunnel's going to be coming out right about 10 seconds in. Top lane having a little bit of problem, but hey, we're talking about Lapu. It's almost at level 4, so he's not going to get too big of a problem.
Denying that level 4 away from Taurus and starting things off. Lawsy pulling the turtle towards him. Hoki is there. Lawsy's already half health, taking a lot of damage from the turtle as well. Unable to get that reset. Ash gonna find his way back into the lane. Grant still doesn't have that level 4, so might not be able to seal that deal. And it's a very slow-paced game this time around, but you know, I don't blame them. It's a really tough matchup, especially for both teams. Pretty late game for both sides. Lawsy getting pulled back, defensive execution, finds his mark, but Lawsy will stay safe. That's set him with the full ultimate, giving a little bit of a stun over to Kingdom Esports, but they take down 2 in the process. Hoke and Murphy falls, and next to go will be Taurus. That's 3-0. And Kingdom Esports will snap, take that turtle up.
Very high stakes match, and I can understand that both teams will be a tad bit reserved in making choices because they could very potentially make the wrong choice and boom, they lose all their lead or they lose the early game. Just like that though, Kingdom Esports managed to get 3 kills, no death for themselves, and also the turtle effectively just steamrolling them to 1.8 thousand gold lead. Most of the gold actually went over to Yon, which is actually a really good thing, allowing Yon to get a little bit more of that snowball factor.
Just a little bit of a fun fact for all of you, Zetian's Fury of the Phoenix, the ultimate, was actually a part and parcel of Yushin Shin's previous ultimate, and that's why they had to get it reworked and changed out with the Mountain Shocker. So I really like the fact that they added the little stun right there, but hold on a second right here. Yon really deep in, that's the Rhythm of Joy, able to take that out, and Joy is out of there. It's a drive-by, if I could say so myself. Fear of Phoenix locks him in place, unable to dash out of there. Both the jungles fall as Yon still 3-1-1. A great game start so far, even though he lost his life.
Oh, this is actually kind of surprising for Yon to kind of stand there because he does have got Temporal Rain and he popped off his ultimate. So generally he should have got his dash off cooldown by the end of it. So he should have some seconds, or rather like maybe 0.5 seconds to kind of respawn and dash out of there. But he kind of took everything. I think that he underestimated the damage of RSG.
I think they weren't expecting that the wall will come out from Hoki just to block Yon from in place. He does have the temporal rain though, so his dashes will come up as soon as his ultimate ends. But it was all a timing issue from the side of Kingdom Esports. 19 seconds until the turtle spawns up. This is the second turtle of the game. And I think Kingdom Esports does have an upper hand on this turtle take in terms of zone potential, in terms of backup from the SOD with Brand down the bottom side too. Oh, stolen away. The orange buff. So Yawn still up ahead in terms of economy, in terms of levels towards PTBL.
A full 2 levels ahead at this point in time. Very potentially just 1 levels once PTBL gets another creep, or maybe just let the timer run out.
A little bit of a one-to-one boxing matchup on the top side. Nothing to worry about. I don't think both these two EXP laners will be forcing and committing any of these issues. You got PTBL easily taking down this turtle. Yawn's a little bit too far behind us. The Fury of the Phoenix already utilized, but not a lot of damage done. AOG will stop poking in their tracks, and Lolzy sacrificing himself for a big play down for RSG Singapore.
So at least 2-4. Kingdom lost a bit of momentum, but it's totally fine because now they have gotten, once again, another turret down in the bottom. And, or not say another, but with the first turret down in the bottom lane, allowing them to get a little bit more aggressive all across the map, right? The next one is going to be top lane and the middle lane. Once the top lane is done, we can pretty much expect Kingdom to play as 5 real soon. And we'll see the potential that they can bring to this fight.
Oh, good stun up onto Yawn. We'll be able to dash, bob, and weave out of there. The wall is built up. Taurus is still alive. But here comes Drinsanity, able to get that jump in. No backup whatsoever, though, as Drinsanity able to walk out, but losing Yawn in the process.
That's unfortunate. Didn't really, I think he didn't quite expect the amount of damage reduction plus the shields that Taurus was able to get right after the enhanced basic attack. It's really unfortunate for Kingdom Esports, especially for Drinsanity. Phovis is not someone that has a lot of burst damage, he just deals good damage over time. The more people clump together, the more you'll be able to get the Astra's eye onto people and more slam dunks.
Nice little Crimson Megan just to get away from Lolzy, but there's the Fury of the Phoenix, locking 5 into place. Hoke will lose his life, but RSG Singapore is starting to warm up. They're starting to get the groove of this game. Kingdom Esports can't have that extended lead that they had in the previous 2 games anymore.
Yep, not exactly gassing out yet though for Kingdom Esports. I think they just have a little bit of a rougher footing in this middle slash early slash mid stages of the game. They can definitely come back though. As we look at the items, we already have got the Antiquaras being bought by Drinsanity. Very rushful for the Antiquaras. I think that's still pretty okay because of PTBL and Taurus. And Ash, actually.
Good eye.
And Hoki. So yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, Antiquaras is totally fine.
I think it's a damage reduction, especially for, you know, a lot of the high damage dealers on the top side. Though, that's a nice kill. Grant finds Ash on the top side, helped out by Yawn. But they're losing out this turtle. I don't think they care. This demonic force down from Drinsanity to push everyone away. Buying time for Yawn to get into position. Does have the Rhythm of Joy. Just came back up as Kingdom Esports are taking control back.
Now that its third turtle has expired, the Lord will now be spawned at 8 minutes and 5 seconds. That pretty much means that either one of these teams can actually summon the Lord very early. But does any of these teams actually want to have an early Lord? Not particularly, because we don't have a massive lead off of one side. This Lord can definitely help them conquer some more of these outer turrets though.
Good damage onto Ash. Unable to finish the job though, but able to push him away before the Lord actually comes into fruition. PTBL utilizing the Phantom Execution, get out of the way. That's Fear of the Phoenix, locking 3 into place. You've got Grant also on the top side. They know where that he is right now, but Yawn doesn't have the Rhythm of Joy, doesn't have that backup damage. Insanity just jumping all over RSG, and that's the power of the Phobius.
As long as they have got good aerial denial, they generally will be able to win in these Lord fights. Because the fights always just drags on for so long. And that is the power of Phobius. The longer the Phobius stays alive, the more damage he'll be able to do with the demonic force. Time and time and time again. Don't underestimate the power of the monolith that is just casually swinging around and dragging around. That thing probably weighs a few tons.
Yeah, it weighs like a small car or something.
A small car is probably still a few tons, right?
Fair.
I have no idea actually. How much is ton? I don't know. I'm not American.
I actually like this. 1 ton, I think it's 1,000. Is it 1,000 kilograms or something like that?
Oh, there's no way.
Oh, top side though. PTBL finding himself in a one-on-one against Grant. SOD goes wide, unable to finish the job, able to clear out that wave. And Kingdom Esports finds himself in a better position contest for this Lord, as they are forcing PTBL back into the base. But it's still Flying Cloud in a way he can get in position anytime he wants.
How much kg is in a ton?
We're still on that.
907.185 kilograms specifically.
I'm like a roundup kind of guy. That's why I was like, okay, 45 minutes
So
instead of
43.33.
43.33.
So it's 900 kilograms.
Hold on a second right here. This Lantern pulling PTBL back.
Okay.
That is the high frames. We're saving
Damn.
for just a little bit before he goes down. It's a free and easy Lord over to Kingdom Esports if they want a contest. No more jungle for RSG.
Yep. As such, they for the Kingdom Esports, they have also managed to take down quite a bit of these outer turrets. As this is just what a Moskov can bring onto the board, right? A lot of cross-map plays that we can expect with great amount of sustainability. I wouldn't even call sustainability, but it's more of like self-sustaining abilities. Wait, they're the same thing, but.
Actually, I do like this ZTN pick.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, the Gear of the Phoenix causes a lot of harm, a lot of vision play. That's the utility that RSG needs. The Spear of Destruction already lands down the jungle. The Fear of the Phoenix will lock everyone into place just for a little bit. Onto the Tectonic Charge. Jumps Lawsy up on the way, and over the wall he goes. RSG will be able to touch them and go, but a lot of core resources already wasted for RSG.
It was a quick defense though, coming from RSG. They understand that, okay, our T1 turret in the middle lane is super important. So now we got that. We have that still for now. But with the Lord that's going to be marching in the top lanes, that's potentially going to be threatening top lane because even the Holy Defense is gone. RSG, they have to move back home. They have to defend it. As such, the byproduct is going to be the T1 turret in the middle lane, no matter how you see it.
You know, we always talk about the modus operandi of RSG, and it's always that late game potential that Ash brings. But Kingdom Esports, they have that same lead that they had for the past 2 games. They're pushing it through, trying to block Drinsanity as well as Lawsy away. Quick work with the Lord, RSG back in position.
It does seem like they are just kind of chilling in the opponent's jungle. Didn't really quite manage to force out something in the middle lane, which is kind of a pity. But here we have Taurus going in.
There's Fear of the Phoenix, there's a wall, and a Tectonic Charge onto 2, but not enough follow-up, not enough range the RSG has. Over Hoki, will lose his life. That's a worthy sacrifice. The bottom side as well, Yon busy taking down the T2s. No more T3 on the top side. It's wide and open. That's a nice little entrance if Grant wants to go for a backdoor.
Okay, a little bit of blindsided play from RSG. They were too focused in trying to rotate themselves in great hopes that they will be able to protect every single one of their turrets. A little bit tad too greedy though, not trying to give a couple of trades to ensure that they keep their inhibitor turrets. As such, they actually lost the T1. In fact, they lost all the ones that they tried to protect. T1 and T3 up in the top lane.
Here comes the Flying Cloud. Hoki already back in position. You're playing a 4-1 composition, protecting Grant from harm. But what boggles my mind is, you know, you're playing a Granger up against a Moskov. You should be able to win out the early game lane. But it kind of seems like for RSG, oh, hold on a second, as the Rim of Joy putting a lot of output damage. And that's a Tectonic Charge.
Yikes.
Yon taking him down. That's 30 seconds. He's not going to get back. Might be able to make a beeline towards that Lord to make a comeback play again. A lot of resources already used up, though.
Very good layering of these core controls down onto Yon time and time again. There was no trades for Yon, which is really unfortunate. On the other hand, RSG, they can definitely make a beeline over to the Lord, but there is only like 10 seconds left until Yon eventually pops up, which I think that Kingdom Esports can do a very good job in trying to drag out this fight a little bit longer, just so that Joy can come back in just in time for that single retribution bite.
We're going to try to force that situation. Malefic Gun, that's power spike by Grant. You have a little bit more range to play with. You got Murphy trying to zone everyone out the way. Tectonic Charge still not in arm. We got the backside. Taurus starting with the bravest fighter. Down low. SOD goes wide. PTBL secures that Lord. Fear of the Phoenix will stop everyone in place, giving a little bit more vision. Down goes FMM. Ash will hit the charge, and Grinsanity will take him out before he goes down as well. No, Ash is still alive, and he's still hitting from that back. That is the comeback play that RSG is waiting for. Lord marching up on that top side.
Damn, what a comeback! RSG now will start to reclaim a little bit more of the lost real estate across the map. They do have got a very difficult time in the top lane, and fortunately for them, the top lane is also happens to be the one that they cracked more turrets off. So now the Lord is making his own way up to the top side, relieving RSG of so much of that pressure. This way, they can bring down the T1 in the middle and the bottom lane and try to just kind of get themselves right back afloat.
A slow little push of the lane synchronized, but it is still the second Lord of the game so far. Yon's gonna make quick work of that one. You still have the Fear of the Phoenix just to give you a little bit more vision play if you so very wish to. Yon is trying to get that stomp in, barely misses the Fear of the Phoenix, able to dash weave Bob out of the way. You got the Rhythm of Joy, does not do enough damage. Here comes the SOD, and here comes Grant with a lot of spear damage. Buying time for Kingdom Esports to come into play. Down goes Murphy though, but you don't really need the 10 to output the damage that you need.
Technically, they managed to make do with what they have lost. I think that Yon is going a little bit too overzealous.
It's a risky deep play that he shouldn't have made.
Honestly, I think he's tilted.
I think so.
I think he's tilted.
Not
That
being
was-
able to get all his 3 assassins right now, situated on Join's like, oh my gosh. I could have been doing so much better if I had the lens instead of you.
It's really unfortunate, to be fairly honest. But I hope that Kingdom will be able to come back from this. The Tectonic Charge gets himself right out of there. And of course, S10 coming in. He do have got a very good global stun. Remember that.
Great passive play, very defensive, taking a little atomizations, abstract. It's late game territory that we're talking about once again. It's
anyone's game.
It's very RSG, right? They like to play towards this 17-minute, 18-minute kind of games.
Yeah.
They like to wait till Ash really comes online, protect Ash with their life. It's already full build. You got the BOD, pretty much selling that tough boots and getting a little bit more damage online for RSG as well. On the top side, though, we're starting things off. Lawsy taunting Hoki. And Hoki, no way of escape. You got the Tectonic Charge just in the nick of time once again to get out of the way. And RSG is a push and pull. Lawsy goes back in, blocks by that wall, able to get out and jumps over the wall to keep himself safe. Kingdom Esports still up ahead.
But RSG, they still lost their real estate though. They are currently forced back into their base once again as Kingdom Esports is just relentless onto RSG. No matter what, they're just going to be sending them right back home. And it's all very timely also because of the fact that the Lord is up. Now, Yon, please don't make the same mistake again. He's just going to go solo in onto the Lord, being able to pop off when it comes down to Rhythm of Joy. So at least for now, Ultimate is on cooldown. It's more of a zonal play.
You got a passive already popped by Murphy. That's going to be a 120-second cooldown timer for that bubble that she has. And Yon just barely waiting for that Rhythm of Joy to come back online. The only issue with RSG that I foresee is they're playing a 4-1 composition. They really need Lance to come into these major objectives. But right now, he's busy settling the side lanes. And because Grant is so mobile, he can be in the side lanes. He can just hunker down right there, join the team fights with the SOD. If not, he can just push it down all the way and open up that back door.
Yep, they are able to kind of clear the wave really fast, and they can also sort of set up a slow push up in the top lane. So they actually don't have to worry too much about a naturally winning lane. They would definitely and always have it. So they actually don't need Grant to kind of linger up in top lane for so long. He can actually join into the fight and kind of force a move from RSG eventually.
Lord down low. They want to try to get a reset. Yon's already in position. That's a Rhythm of Joy. Kingdom Esports might be able to secure this one. PTBL is just right in the corner. He's going to use the Phantom Execution. He's going to wait for the right time. AOG just to stop everyone and tracks. PTBL secures the Lord once again. As Grant is taking a huge brunt of damage, trying to get that push out the way. Got SOD onto Murphy. Ash actually able to use that Winter Crown, and I think it's all over. Ash goes down, and Kingdom Esports might be able to push that situation.
Yep. Okay, even though RSG managed to get them their own Lord with only PTBL as well as Murphy remaining, this is going to be a very difficult push down from the side of Kingdom Esports. They can't just kind of ignore the Lord as a matter of fact, because they will just rush right in.
Oh, that's the iframes coming through. Defensive execution won't be enough. That's a wipeout. Kingdom Esports makes it through to the lower bracket finals.
This is a tough game. This is a very tough game that is, oh man, literally teetering on a breaking point. In the end of the day, Kingdom Esports still holds themselves decently well, and they will move on to the next bracket. They're not out of the woods yet. They're not qualified to the playoffs just yet. They just earned a chance to move on to the next bracket, and unfortunately for RSG, that is the end of the journey.
Yep.
That is goodbye to the lineage of RSG SG consecutively for 10 years.
Yeah. Being in the playoffs, being in the top 3, they're relegated and they have to claw their way back up next season. They won't be guaranteed a spot, and this is obviously sad if you're an RSG fan, but it's, you know, it's a bittersweet moment in competition. There's always a winner, there's always a loser in this time. But let's take a look at the MVP. I think Grant definitely showed up this time. 4-0-4, error not found. GPM 8-0-3, and got 50% kill participation, but doesn't really matter. He's taking down turrets, he's taking down names, he's always showing up in the right time and right place.
So ultimately, this is definitely a really tough game for Kingdom, for even for themselves, right? Because this is a very long-winded game. But despite that, right, Moskov didn't die a single time.
Yeah.
He's mostly been playing, doing those cross-map plays, and all the way at the top lane, they were all destroyed and they were all set up for from Grant himself.
Yeah, we're moving over to one more game, and Kingdom Esports really has to, you know, we'll need to get them to get a reset, because after RSG, statistically speaking, we had Kings actually taking down RSG on a 2-0 victory. Kingdom Esports lost 1 game over to RSG. This creates so much, you know, dismay for Kingdom Esports. If they're suffering a little bit onto RSG, how will they fare against the Kings? It will be the Kings versus the Kingdom, and it's sort of like a deja vu.
Sorry, excuse me, what?
Season 9.
Kingdom?
The Kingdom.
Kingdom. Like, wait, what?
The King versus Kingdoms. The medieval theme never ends today, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it will forever stick with us here in the Mobile Legends backpack, right? No matter what, it will always be about the Kingdom. It was about the Empire. The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
we also got the Kingdom fans in Indonesia as well.
Yep, Indonesia.
RRQ. Everyone likes the Kingdom name. It's cool.
It's cool.
It's cool. It has that say. You know,
It
what I'm
has
saying?
got the pizzazz.
It's got the aura. It's got the hype. But hopefully they bring the hype in the next game, and we're just looking forward to that one. Props and credit where credit is due. RSG played a heck of a game. It was by no means an easy walkover for Kingdom, and we respect and we appreciate all of that. So thank you very much for joining us, especially for an all-rookie team. This is RSG version 4.0 really signing off.
Well, we can always grieve in the loss of RSG in MPL SG, but we can always celebrate the victory of another, where Kingdom Esports now makes their way over to lower bracket finals, where they once again stand another chance with another team that they don't have the opportunity to fight with yet throughout the entirety of today.
Again, this is another theme that we want to talk about. This is the assassin versus assassin, the child prodigy versus the one that fans are all applauding. Over on the stream, Yahiko versus Yon, the Y versus the Ys. I don't know where I'm going with that, but it's going to be a very interesting kind of play that we see. But before we move on to the next one, let's take a look at the highlights to see what really went down.
So ultimately, when it comes down to game number 1, it's definitely a tough game. And even when it comes down to a nice combo-centric team from RSG, it seemed as though there was a couple of glimmer of hopes in their defensive maneuvers. But this, of course, big plays just dropped out of nowhere, that shortcut, and they caught Ash. And that was the point in time where the protect the president kind of thing, it went completely awry. And I think RSG already knew that was over.
Awry. It's how it's pronounced. Awry.
Oh.
Not Ori.
Awry.
Speaking of Ori, there is so much aura that Kingdom Esports has brought to the
damn it.
table. With all of the games that they played today, this is the second game. RSG showed a heck of a game, especially with Ash playing that late game marksman in the Claude, dealing so much damage that our Kingdom Esports were caught off guard, unable to do anything with a double chip pickup from Lawsy over the past 2 games. This one, arguably, I think Kingdom had thought about this. They thought that it was in bag, but at the end of the day, RSG really showed up this time.
Yeah, so ultimately it is a tough game all the way from game 1, game 2. It's kind of glad to see that RSG managed to kind of climb themselves back and kind of put themselves into a situation where they are not knocked out in a 2-0 fashion. They still give us the best game that they could have given all the way from the start to the end. And we did mention something, we of course did mention like they gotta have to give their very best and not bow out without giving a good fight.
You know, speaking of fights, we are in for a treat of a fight. Later on, the Kingdom versus the Kings as Abstract gets comfy in his own DX Racer. I'm gonna get myself a new IT as we prepare for the last game that we have today in the lower bracket finals. We'll be right back after this break.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul spawns of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Welcome to Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Their brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. The curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption. Your sovereign has a god to kill. I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The Abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets. Aren't you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 10. My name's Churros.
My name's Ashtray,
and we are your casters for today.
So loud!
I don't know. We had a whole game today, 7 games, and right now, this is 7 out of 7. And we are here, the final match of today, lower bracket finals between the Kings and the Kingdom. And my energy, the excitement is going up. You're taking it off. Okay,
I'm very
before we get
sorry,
started.
everyone. Even I believe that was loud.
But I love that. I love that. There's so much energy. We got it perfect this time around. I told you we're getting it perfect. We got 7 games to do so, and we eventually did. But before we get started, let's give a huge shout out to all these sponsors that made this possible. MPL SG Season 10 is powered by Moontot and Pulse Nova Entertainment. Presenting partner, IT. Gaming chair partner, DX Racer. And of course, partner in Esports Future and Singapore Esports Association. So what you waiting for? Scan that QR code and get yourself an IT. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is the last game of the day. He's having hiccups because the IT, he drank a little bit too much. We've got 3 bottles right here. It's all empty. Hopefully, after the games, we'll get more. And okay. We're gonna slow down on the excitement right here. Last game, 1 more slot to the playoffs. The stakes are running high. Are you gonna hiccup again?
No, I'm good now.
You're good now.
Yeah, but it will be back in an hour.
So this is the brackets. You're gonna talk about this. What have we got so far? TLDR it for me.
TLDR, Team Stallions conquered the entire Challenger brackets. Whoever came across them, unfortunately, will go down. As such, Team Stallions is the one that will make it through over to the playoff to meet the other big boys. And in the very rough roads of Challenger brackets, we've got teams that come in and out, in and out. Kings SG is the one that came all the way from the Challenger Qualifiers. They met with everyone that they have that they gotta have to fight so far. Unfortunately, for their 3rd game, they faced up against Team Stallions, which is one of their Team Stallions victims. So now they got relegated down to the lower bracket finals, which now they have to go out against Kingdom Esports, which have just concluded their game in a 2-1 fashion, nail-biting situation, literally tooth to nail against RSG.
Statistically speaking, Team Stallions has faced off against Kings SG and Kingdom Esports 2-1 over to Kingdom Esports, and with Kings, it's 2-0 sweep. So statistically speaking, Kingdom Esports might stand a much better chance against the Kings. But you know, after the long, arduous journey that they had previously with RSG, I don't know how they're going to regain their momentum back into the picture.
Now, whenever we are casting a Kings game, I definitely have to pull out the YouTube chat.
Everyone's going for Hachiko, Yahiko. We're going for Yahiko.
Yahiko,
right
pride of Nepal.
Pride of Nepal.
Hachiko, pride of Japan.
Yes.
At this point in time, we'll just bring everything out.
We're just bringing everything out. Diablo pride of
Singapore.
Singapore. That's right.
I'm partially just expecting to have some kind of rhyme over there.
Yes.
But hey, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But Kingdom Esports, they have played a couple of games in a row now, and this is gonna be the game that gonna threaten their tournament life. Going up against Kings SG, I think that the question is if whether, I'm not too sure whether that's true or not, if whether Yon is gonna tilt. Because it's very clear, at least for me,
yeah,
right? And it's very clear for me. In the previous game, there were some of these creep wave dive that no one will approve of. You threw yourself once, okay, mistake. You threw yourself twice, that's a tilt. And at a point in time, it's kind of surprising that they even managed to get themselves right back into the game, because Yon was ultimately late for the Lord fight. They lost the Lord, but ultimately they still won the fight in a pretty grand fashion. So I think that it was a very tough stroke of luck for RSG.
Speaking of tilts, I think they need to get that tilt reset and checked out. It's a new game. It's a new team that they're facing once again. This is the first time that these two teams are meeting against each other. This is going to be the community first seed of the second week that we've played up against Kingdom Esports, a team that has so much high expectations with pro players current and ex alike. And this is not where you want to be. Going into the draft, immediately banning out the Chip, Alice, and Jusin on the side of Kings. For Kingdom, it's going to be the CC, Fanny, and Angela getting taken out. Immediately snap picking the Boxer for themselves. They know the Fanny is going to be Yahiko's true, pride and joy. Is why you want to take that off the batting tables for him.
But one thing's for sure is that we did see a game where Yahiko didn't play the Boxer. So it is still very up in the open for the Boxer to be flexed either to the roam, XP, or the jungle. It's an either-or situation. So we can't exactly just look at the Boxer, that's a jungle kind of situation. It's still widely open. As such, there should be some ambiguity involved. As such, having a mage and a gold lane pick is actually pretty darn important, even though that pretty much exposes your win condition. That still gives you a control of how you want to draft in your second phase of the pick ban phase.
Immediately, right off the bat, a lot of high rotation speed coming in from KSG. You got a Farsa, you got a Daxia immediately within the jungles. You got a Franco as well, so they're locking it in for the side of Iron Ryan. You want to challenge Lolzy into this one. You still got the Rock in question. You might be able to pick that up, but I don't know if... okay, so Gato is already solidified by Kingdom. There's still the Assassins that might be able to pick up. You got the Yisun Shin if Yon wants to go for that route. If not, the Lance would be a good option for him as well.
So with that all said, we have got the Franco pick. I think the Franco pick is actually okay, because most of the time we expected Boxer to go over to the jungle. If they want to last minute kind of turn it around and say, hey, is a Boxer XP, then at least that's still fine. There's still a certain amount of ambiguity from the side of King's lineup. So I'm pretty okay with this. As we move on to look at a Yi Sun Shin pick. So with a Yi Sun Shin pick, we have the probability of seeing a triple marksman composition from KE if they very much want to. Was it them actually?
It was the triple marksman from King Esports. Yeah, it was Moscow.
It was Moscow?
Yeah, it was Moscow, Sunshin, as well as the Kimmy. But you don't have too many late game marksmans. I think Gran would rather pick up the Granger this time around. If you want to go full triple marksman, if not, try to go for a Ruby for a little bit more extensive defensive capability.
Bruno is fine too.
You still got the option of having the gold lane as well as the roam. Sorry, the XP for the side of Kingdom.
This is interesting. KE, Icy Frost, and Sam. Okay, in this case, Sammy is not gonna be fooled by the presence of the Boxer. They've seen it once before, and they're just thinking, okay, it's highly likely there's a possibility that Yahiko is more of an assassin player. So why would they draft that Boxer straight over to Yahiko, right? So banning out the Hayabusa, despite the presence of Boxer, I do like the fact that KE is being extra careful about this.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I think they might just play it safe. If KSG just wants to have an easier game all through and through, then at least go for the Boxer in the jungle. It's easier to match up against the speed that Ishun Shin brings to the table. You're able to be aggressive into the jungles. And matching up with the super fast rotating mid lane trio. You've also got the passive coming in from Franco that gives you additional movement speed. So I'm not too worried about that one. Go a little bit more on the traditional route. Right now, I think the Granger is wide and open for Bong's taking. He had played that to a very good extent in earlier games today. They are like getting banned out, so you want the EXP of KSG to have an easier time.
Right now, they're just lacking of the mid laner and the gold lane. So I think it makes sense for them to kind of secure the mid laner first, just so that they have the final call, the last call as to what is the gold lane that they're going to fight. And thus being able to have a more, I would say, a better counter pick versus Kings. So at this point in time, it's very front to back, right? Completely front to back. So with the majors that they have in store for them, I think that there is still possibilities for them to want to play the Lunox. Very good for survivability when it comes down to brilliance, and of course a very good way to shred these tanky front lines such as the Boxer as well as the Franco. I do like that a lot. Or they can also go for not thinking of that.
Yeah, interesting.
But
interesting
it
pick.
works.
So if they're forcing KSG to go into the position where the Joy is picked up. If the Joy is picked up, then the Bane makes a lot of sense. But you know, it's quite difficult because once the Boxer comes into the picture, Bane needs a lot of time to come online. The power spike really comes through when the Holy Crystal is built up. So unless the green crystal is in possession, in Grant's possession, then I don't think KSG is worried too much. That is pretty much the mid to late game kind of a role that they want to play. With the way that I think the aggressiveness that Kings wants to bring to the table with their own draft, you got the Granger, you got Lapu, which is a very good solidification right there with your draft. A very traditional front to back. It's super aggressive, high rotating, and everyone knows their place.
Okay, so it looks like this is indeed gonna be a Baksa game from Yahiko. And of course, when it comes down to the rest, we pretty much know where they are going and who is gonna be playing what. Iron Ryan so far, we haven't really seen Iron Ryan play on the Franco before, so I'm definitely gonna be looking out for that, right? Aside from that, I think the Bong on the Granger is completely fine. Lapu, good picks, also on and so forth. But the final pick is probably what I want to look out for, right? Valentina is pretty okay. You can still steal away.
X-Borg.
Oh right, sorry, they have a Kimi. What am I talking about?
Yeah. So double fighter side lanes. Well, Bane is not exactly a. Well, he is a fighter / mage kind of thing, octopus thingy. But you know, coming off of Davy Jones' luck to pull out the X-Borg, I think it's a answer towards the bloody hunt that Iron Ryan will bring out. Once the Firaga armor pops, that's a little iframes that X-Borg can use to get away safe. So you want to be able to taunt out the bloody hunt and the suppression so that they can just gun everyone down from the back. So both these two teams, honestly, their draft is looking pretty solid. I'm favoring more towards Kings SG side just because they have the roaming trio, or you know, mid lane trio that has a lot of rotational speed that is able to manage that early game. But if they pass the 12-minute mark, I think Kingdom Esports might have a better shot at winning. The Bane just does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, I think that Kings SG have got a way easier draft to execute, right? They do have got. I think it's really just boiling down to timing play. Baxia is a hero that can really invade the opponents pretty and very effectively. So if they realizes that, hey, look, we are definitely winning in lanes, or rather, we're definitely winning in mid. We are able to just gain access to the opponent's jungle. We can steal some information, and in the meantime, steal Ricky as well. Why not?
We're slowing it down because Kings have something up their sleeves. You see that Franco's up on that top side. They wanted to go for an easy kill. Right now, Lawsy knows that the Franco's not in the picture, so he wants to go for the aggressive. You got the Wings by Wings already used up by Ryzen to get in position, but now there's a 3-man engage, a lot of damage onto Iron Ryan. Now, they touch and they go. Very big resources already used up by Ryzen and Iron Ryan. The Wings by Wings actually from Ryzen was a little bit not intuitive for me because he uses the Wings by Wings just to get in reposition and immediately gets stunned up by FMM.
So, continuing on forward, I will say that so far, Kingdom Esports, they do have a very aggressive start, albeit not exactly able to allow them to get early game kills, but hey, so far, still so good. They manages to show themselves, or rather show the opponents, hey, look, we can play very aggressive. You have a Boxer, you have the timing, we can out-time you too.
I think that also One Boy Reborn is going to have a difficult time against Insanity because the Lapu is not going to hold himself well against this true damage coming in from the X-Borg. Pretty much a substitute for a CC.
Mage Bane, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a Mage Bane as well. We see the Impure Rage already built up. There's going to be the Magic Wand coming in. That's the Mountain Shocker. Iron Ryan goes down. Yahiko next on the chopping block, and Lawsy's just pushing the situation a little bit too much. Yahiko tries to heal everything back up. Might be able to go through no last insanity from Drinsanity, and maybe that's apt to his name.
So at this point, 0-1, Turtle going to Yawn. Kingdom Esports have got a pretty good start right off the bat. Small little fight down to the bottom lane, but that's not gonna do anything for either one of them. It's really just a wet noodle fight at this point in time. They're looking for more opportunities in middle.
Oh, again, Ryzen gets immediately bursted down. Yawn's over there as well. It's a 3-on-2, always matching up that tempo and speed that Kings wants to bring. And it boggles my mind because Kingdom Esports should technically be slightly slower in terms of rotation. Yeah. It should be in a reactive kind of situation rather than Kings, but Lawsy's going on the aggressive, getting pulled back by Iron Ryan. Still no level 4, still no suppression, but here comes the rest of the team. The AOG keeps him up and alive, but the bravest fighter comes in from the side flank. Yahiko immediately bursting Yawn down. There's one more hit, and Lawsy!
Damn!
Stays alive in the end.
Still only a sliver of health on the side of Lawsy. Literally surviving just by a sliver. That's kind of scary. That wasn't a very necessary flicker, Grant, but hey, whatever it is.
Yeah, but honestly though, for the airstrike coming onto Grant, low damage, suppression onto underneath the turret, and taking that Bane out of the picture.
Yep, so that is going to be a very aggressive plays from Kings SG. They are just trying to get themselves all across the map at this point in time to snag some more farm here and there. They managed to kind of funnel it to the right person, technically Bong with 1 kill. I think that that's pretty okay. Yahiko with 1, I think that they are on a pretty good road.
Take a look at itemizations. Already this Ranger, 3 minutes on the clock, has his first item, Power Spike. Immediately this Bane going for the Holy Crystal.
He's running for it. Just running straight for it.
Again, FMM gets caught out. Iron Ryan going fishing. He's missed not a lot of hooks that I can count though. He's making it count.
I didn't quite understand that one. So that doesn't mean that he hits a lot of hooks.
So far I would say he's hitting the
like
right
50,
hooks
50?
at the right times.
Okay.
You're calling me out on that one.
Very political answer. But either way, we gotta fight here.
You got Yahiko taking down the turret, Lawsy down low, Traction Pulse will not hit onto anyone. That's the AOG into the midst of battle. Bong in harm's way. That's him getting taken out. Lawsy will pick up the kill for that. We'll take credit for that kill as Drinsanity tries to pull everyone back out of the way. Yahiko takes the purple buff away, and Bong is still safe and well, matching up the space that Grant wants to bring to the table. That's a Holy Crystal, and that's a big power spike from this Bane.
Yep. As such, it does seem like Kings SG, they're going to respond real quickly.
He's hitting the right hooks at the right time. What am I telling you?
Politically correct, right? The Magic Crystal, or rather the Holy Crystal, is not going to get him too far for now. He's still got quite some ways to go. First item immediately popped right out. He still needs a couple of boots because that way he will be getting out of the barrel. Because it's like shooting fish in a barrel, at least for the side of Iron Ryan.
Taking the look at the itemizations right here, you got the Bane already immediately built up the Holy Crystal in 5-minute mark. That's going to start that rotation going. Kingdom Esports wants to utilize this Bane a little bit more in team fight. So very apt that the Turtle is spawning up on that top side in next 50 seconds as King SG needs to be able to find a way to deal and handle with that Bane to make it a non-factor in the late game.
So moving on forward, do you think that there will be a lot more opportunities for Kingdom Esports because they actually do have pretty good answers to a couple of problems that is posed from Kings to Kingdom, right? One of the main things that we look out for is always going to be the Feathered Airstrike. Do they have an answer to it? Well, generally having the Sharks will always help them relocate that faster. Otherwise, he's just going to eat the entire thing.
We're slowing things down 10 seconds until the next turtle of the game spawns up. This is going to be the last turtle until the Lord actually comes into fruition. It's Kings SG desperately trying to push them away from the turtle pit, but it's still a stalemate at this point. The Kings and the Kingdom are actually quite even this time around.
is quite literally, well, teetering on a breaking point right now. Literally, you just have to make the wrong bend and it will implode. As much as implosion.
Grave Spider onto Yawn, able to get that retribution, get out of harm's way. The deadly catch will not be enough. Grant gets taken out. Yahiko protecting in that back line as Bumboy Reborn is one man against the world, unable to secure that kill for themselves. Drinsanity takes in the last Drinsanity for himself, but able to get out safe with the help of Lowe's. But here comes Yawn for that cleanup.
With Drinsanity picking up a 2-kill lead for himself and also picked up the War Axe as well. With 2 kills over to Drinsanity, I think that so far Drinsanity didn't really have a lot of impact, but in this game it seems like he's getting himself out there.
Oh, there's a Mountain Shocker directly onto the face of Bong, almost taking him out, but a core resource already utilized.
Well, that is double movement spell from Bong, both the flicker as well as the single dash. Grant make his way all the way down to the bottom lane. I think that he did manage to take a little bit small chunk away from the T1 turret, but so far none of these teams have managed to take any of these turrets just yet. But I think that this is eventually kind of thing.
It's a taunt onto Yahiko. Grant does not have the damage now. They're gonna back off as Kings are finding a way towards that bottom side. Wherever Grant is, they need to be able to find a way to control him. 50 seconds until the Lord spawns up. What is Kingdom's play? They have the upper hand. They have 2,000 gold lead, but how do they extend it?
I think that at this point in time, to extend it, they just gotta have to play a little bit more aggressive. They do have a lineup that really allows them to pop off in the mid stages of the game. So I think right now, just don't be too afraid per se. And of course, identify it faster.
Wind's Crown already used up, but side of Iron Ryan getting pulled back by Drinsanity, but won't be enough. The hook doesn't land when it counts and matters the most. But Yahiko still busy cleaning up that wave, trying to match the tempo that Yawn brings to the table.
Speaking of tempo, I think that there's a lot more tempo that Kingdom Esports could do. But in the meantime, the bottom lane.
Great AOG into the flicker hook. Bong gets taken out, but Kingdom Esports, they got what they came for. Grant just free hitting on the backside. It's not enough damage as Yawn tries to find a flank. The deadly catch will be released once again. The shark bait will not be able to be enough damage to take any more down, but they got what they came for. They took out the marksman and they have their eyes set on that Lord.
A small little inch to victory, because one of the other ways that they can inch closer to a wide amount of gold gap gotta have to be these objective plays. Because we're currently 9 minutes in, and the only objective that we saw is the standing objective rather, is down in the bottom lane. Only a single T1. They haven't gotten anything in the top lane, they haven't gotten anything in the middle lane. Technically speaking, they don't have a player or a hero that can do a lot of cross-map plays. In the meantime, Kings SG, they have Yahiko that is playing as a Boxia. He can respond a lot faster. So Kingdom Esports, they can always look for a strategy to either number one, catch on the Yahiko, or overwhelm Yahiko in some of these turret takedowns.
The early game potential that Kings SG wants to bring with the mid lane trio, the rotating mid lane trio, is already long gone. It's 10 minutes on the clock. Yawn almost hitting his level 15. The Lord marches down on the bottom side, able to get that chunk down. Bong needs to keep himself safe. I think he has a huge red target on his back, and Kingdom Esports wants to try to isolate him.
So now with all of the T1 turret taken down, this is more than enough control for Kingdom Esports to be able to make full use of all of these waves that kind of move past the lanes, or rather move past the jungle. Heroes such as Yawn and as well as Grant, they're gonna be able to make full use of all of these real estate to hyper farm themselves up. But then, of course, the question kind of remains, who is the pause one? In this case, I still kind of put it onto the Yisunshin, being the jungler and being the one that have got very good mobility. Generally, give it all over to Yawn. Grunt will eventually get the farm that he needs as more of an insurance policy later on.
Yeah, it's very late game. It's sort of like a double mage that Kingdom Esports has. If they get a little bit too close and try to force a skirmish, I think they can just easily use the daily cash to get out of the way. And also, as a teamfight disruption mechanic coming in from Kingdom Esports, taking a look at the itemizations, it does look like the Granger is easier, finds it much easier to build on those 3 core items. But then for the side of Bane, he's only got a Holy Crystal and he's got the Blood Wings, so he's got a little bit more defensive. Gotten a little bit more defensive now. He's looking to build a little bit more magic penetration that creates so much more oomph to his hits. You got a Mountain Shocker just to give a little bit more vision. But what is your thoughts on this, and how can Kings come back into this game?
At this point in time, Kings, they need to possibly set up a trap, right? One of the main things that really works for them is that they have got Ryzen, right? Being the artillery mage can deal a huge chunk of damage over to the front lines. But other than that, they don't have very good ways to actually chunk down the front lines in a form of shred. So other than just going for front to back, they need to be able to snipe down the back lines, because that is 2 marksmen on the side of Kingdom, and Grant is a glass cannon. So as long as the Feathered Airstrike is able to land all 4 strikes onto crucial heroes, she's just gonna be a bruiser. And this gives up a lot of spot for Bong.
Great taunt and stop. Yahiko gets taken down by the hands of Yon. They're pushing the situation a little bit more. That's the bravest fighter already utilized in Kingdom Esports. They're all fine and dandy, strong and healthy, making a beeline towards that Lord. No contest from Kings.
They're gonna have to start throwing bodies for Kings SG. They are at 6.4 thousand gold deficit, so maybe actually not, because the gold deficit is a little bit too big. So the only other ways that I can realistically suggest to Kings SG is to wait to the point that Yahiko is finally able to get level 15. So some of these lanes, all of these allocations should still go over to Yahiko, just so that he gets level 15, having the ability to steal Lord for a potential comeback play. Bong and Ryzen can eventually get their items as the time slowly counts down, but yeah, EXP is really important.
A fat wave marching down the bottom side. Lord taking control of the top. That's a charge onto the turret. Insanity holding on to the last Insanity as the fair airstrike tries to zone everyone out of the way. God, Ryan takes so much damage from that deadly catch alone. Man, oh man, this is Kingdom Esports showing up in the late game. Score is 6-9. There's not too much. It's Bong! Almost barely making it out. What is this game?
Well, in the meantime, the top lane turret, it seems like it's going down to a all-time low as well. While in the meantime, Bun Boy Reborn does whatever they can.
That's a spit from Grant to seal the deal onto that Lapu Lapu.
Oh.
Ryzen able to use that Wings by Wings to fly all the way out. The deadly catch is starting to hurt, and Kingdom Esports waiting for the minions to come through. But, you know, the damage is done. Kings SG really... They were unable to control this Bane. He's scaled out of control, and he's got his core items, and this makes him such a big threat.
I think the main thing is they lack a solid control from the anchor, being Iron Ryan as a Franco. It needs to really tag on to Ryzen and keep Ryzen safe from anything aside from the Shark. Because Shark, you can't do anything about a Shark as a Farsa. Farsa can't just throw out ultimates when people are not within her range. And I think that that's actually a very difficult thing to do, but unfortunately unfortunately Ryzen really needs to take a little bit of a risk in order to repel people out of their base. He needs to bruise the important players from Kingdom Esports, or use it to wave clear, as a matter of fact. So far, I've seen a lot of those feathered airstrikes which have got zero value, because people are just outside of the zone or puts into Feathered Airstrike and then immediately wings by wings out.
I echo you. It's sort of like this Burst Farsa just suddenly became a utility Farsa, and you're using the Feathered Airstrike sort of like a rope manipulation, try to pull just everyone and push everyone out of the way.
Yeah, just fully zone. You don't put out any artilleries. I'm not a very big fan of that, because you can dish out a lot of damage within a very short amount of time. As compared to real-world manipulation, it's a long-term control effect, so they have very different usage, albeit it kind of seems similar, but you don't burst with RWM, but you do burst with Feathered Airstrike.
Lord spawning up. We've got Kings SG unable to find their footing into the jungle.
As now, Kingdom Esports, they're putting themselves right into the face of the Lord, with the Lord already blitzing down to half HP. It does seem as though Kings SG wants to go for a little bit something, but Yahiko is one level different from Yon. It is still a point that they can try, because they already have got top lane and the middle lane inhibitor turret taken down. They gotta have to try something right here, right now, especially since it's just a tap bit to level 15.
Oh, it's a little bit too slow. Bumble Reborn right too deep into enemy territory, gets slain down by Yon as the AOG tries to block up all escapes, but the last Insanity burns them all to smithereens as they're trying to run away from Insanity. Might not be able to lose his life, gets pulled back into the fray. That's a Winter Crown. Yahiko will take the kill onto Grand. It's a big kill, but he lost that Lord. Is marching down the mid side. Now without Bunboard Reborn, they might not be able to defend against this. Another one onto Yahiko.
So with two of the frontliners down from the side of King SG, is gonna be left with a single anchor player, and that is Iron Ryan that will always be sticking next to Ryzen and Bong. Nothing that they can do about this, but to try to clear as much as they can.
Oh, the throne is being targeted. Yon has had enough. That's game number 1 over to the kingdom.
Seems like a game that is fairly on the easier side for Kingdom Esports.
Pretty dominant through the mid to late game.
Yeah.
They knew their power spikes. They played it to the T. Grant, unfortunately, in the last second, lost his life. But you know, he's got a huge target on his back. They knew the gameplay, but they weren't able. Kings knew the gameplay, but they weren't able to execute it through the entirety of this game.
Honestly, it kind of feels as though Kingdom will always start off very well. They will start off game number 1 and they know what they're trying to do and they know how to pilot their draft. Coming into game 2, that's when they maybe their draft needed to diversify a little bit, and then they try to make changes, only for the changes to not do so well, and then that's why they usually loses out in their second game. That seems like a pattern coming in, so I am generally just curious if whether the pattern is going to be the same against Kings SG, because this is not a testament to what Kings SG is usually is. I think that Ryzen have got a lot of potential, and in this game, he don't show any of that. Those feathered airstrike were either empty or completely useless, and we have seen great plays from Ryzen, except from this one.
Yeah, huge MVP, the MVP of the game, huge plays by Lawsy using AOG, specifically just to zone and catch some of his opponents, specifically Bong and Ryzen out of control. And that's why I think the Farsa pick into the Gacha just really made it so hard for Kings SG to find their footing. Even though the airstrike was used within the jungle, the jungles for a little bit more of a skirmish and team fight, to force the situation into a undesirable form for Kingdom. But Losey was just always there. 219, almost a perfect game for this sacrificial roam. And I wouldn't call him sacrificial anymore. This game, he felt like a leader. He felt like a really strong shot caller. He was protecting Grant. And yes, even though Grant had a really shaky start in the early game, he really made it through to the late game, and he showed that he is one of the better goal laners in this matchup.
Ultimately, I definitely will agree that Ryzen's role is super difficult, right? You have two natural counters over to the opposite side, and on average, you probably will only be able to shoot out 2 artilleries. So that is already kind of undershooting, you know, two artillery strikes, or maybe just 1. But so far, I think that we have seen most of the AOGs onto the main battles just to disrupt the flow of the battle, not necessarily to disrupt Ryzen on the feathered airstrike, because I think that they have actually allocated that role over to Grant, because just throw it out. You don't have to care about anything afterwards.
Yeah, speaking of Grant, one spit and basically his half HP gone, especially for Bunboard Reborn, that is supposed to be a fighter in a tank role and just taking control of the back line. Grant made it so difficult for him to get in kills whatsoever. He was a bit viable in the early game. He made great plays, great rotations away from Insanity. But at the end of the day, I think the Xborg pick, that pocket pick from Kingdom Esports onto the EXP lane, just really made it difficult for Kings SG to tolerate and to control.
So ultimately, with all of the information, statistics combined, so far Yahiko is probably, like one of the most outstanding players of the team. High amount of kill participation, massive amount of damage taken, as well as when it comes to damage dealt, most of these are attributed in the early stages, right? Especially for the XP laner, who generally have got a lot of number 1 crowd control as well as sustainability. I think that Bunboard Reborn is also one of the players that is kind of underperforming in this one. Could have been able to survive a little bit longer and soak up a lot more damage, whilst also dealing good amount of damage altogether.
I'm just looking at the statistics, and I feel like the main win condition for a lot of teams is once you pick up the Yi Sun-shin, your side lanes can just flex into anything you want. It's like they're pouring all their eggs into one YSS. And I think that works out very well, and it provides a lot of dimensions of gameplay for a lot of the teams, especially for Kingdom. They really like their Yi Sun-shins in the jungle. Very fast to farm, very fast to level 15. You get your core item spikes very early on. But at the end of the day, I think it's just Kingdom Esports understanding how the Kings like to operate around. So looking back, let's see game number 2. I think that Kings still have a fighting chance to bring us to a 3-game series. But you know, it's a very, very tough hill to climb right now.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to come back, reset a little bit, and look into this game altogether. Perhaps it's something that I feel that Kings SG, based on the games that they have played so far, whenever they have got Yahiko playing as an assassin, generally their early game is not too bad. They start to tank a little bit in the mid stages, and then they start to, you know, be able to come back a little bit, have very tight micro fights in the late stages. I think that they should be able to kind of gear their lineup more towards that kind of flavor. Strong early game, and if you're able to, you know, get a good amount of snowball, you essentially just put yourself in a good spot in your mid stages. Even if you don't start to get kills, if you start to lose out in economy, your opponent starts to catch up, at least it's still generally equal. And then late stages, both of the teams just kind of grow together, just fight it out in micro sense, because that seems like something that Kings SG is relatively good at, the micro fights.
Yeah, I do have to 100% agree with you. I feel like it's the same condition for Yon. You have these two assassin, very comfortable in assassin picks kind of players with Yon, Yahiko, and you want to put them in an assassin role. It kind of seems like these two players are mirroring each other in the way that they, when you put them in a tank kind of role, they don't really feel it as much, and they don't really know how to set things up. They're always in too deep. They're always put in a wrong position where they're very vulnerable to the opponent's targeting onto themselves. So if we play it right, I think in game number 2, if you know Simpo is able to put Yahiko on the assassins that he really wants, I feel like they have a much tighter game this time.
Possibly so, right? Because technically, when it comes down to a jungle tank or jungle fighter, the main obstacle for many of these assassin players is understanding how much they can stretch the heroes, understanding your health bars, as well as understanding the items that you have, how much it contributes and how much it actually reduces your HP. You generally have a very good idea after many games that certain skills will only deal a certain amount of damage. So based on the cooldowns that are available, can I go in or do I gonna have to bail out? These are information that is gonna be mostly instinct for some of these tank slash fighter junglers that is already, you know, rooted in them. So assassin junglers will have difficulties trying to catch up on those.
Do have to agree with you. And in a way, though, a lot of teams are actually finding out that once you put on an assassin heroes, I'm looking at it more on a macro team building perspective, that you can put a fighter in the side lanes as and when you want. You can try to try new things out. We've seen Lunoxes in the gold lane. We've seen the Banes coming out as well. We've seen the export coming into play. So CC's in the gold lane, definitely a very viable option. The Ruby's also coming out. So there's quite a bit of flexibility once you have the assassin role, because your job isn't to deal the massive amounts of damage and then have things clear it up. All you need to do is have your team play in a more sustained position, drop the HP down low, and then come in for the cleanup. You're basically on janitor duty, but instead of a mop and a sweep, you get basically daggers and a nice
glaives
sword.
and bows.
That's right. So at the end of the day, I think for Kings to really want to get back into this, and having this game as the penultimate game that they might get knocked out of, put everyone in a very comfortable hero. That's something that speaks to them. Obviously, the Fanny's not going into the hands of Yahiko. Everyone's already seeking that out, knows how well he plays with that Fanny, so we're not going to deal with that anymore.
So get that out of the system. We gonna have to draft a lineup that all of the players are the most comfortable with. This is tournament life after all.
Yes.
And for both teams, right, they have a massive stake. I think that it will be way bigger for Kings, for Kingdom, because they went through weeks after weeks of games, right? Only for them to just drop down over to the Challengers stage, and if they were to get knocked out like now, boy, would that sting.
Yeah, it's a very good story, especially for Kingdom. Very high expectations from pro players, past and present alike. And, you know, it's one of those teams that when you see them, you know that they are going to be doing really, really good stuff with this. But prior to the playoffs, they need to be able to get to the playoffs first before they can improve their synergy, improve the chemistry that, you know, pulled them all together in the first place. But for Kings, though, they played together for a very long while. Yes, they have, you know, players that came from different countries coming in. Especially, I'm looking at Yahiko from Nepal. You know, huge warm welcome to Singapore, and he's playing really well, handling himself well against all the other community teams as well as seeded teams this time around. It's a very close fight with them against Stallions, and statistically speaking, I personally expect Kingdom to win out on Kings, but we might see as we go into the random map draw. It's going to be broken wall, so rocks are going to be highly contested.
Rocks and Grox and Rocks. And Joe Dudes. You know, Brock.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you're going to close your eyes while you cast.
Hey, you. Well, either way, it is broken walls, and when it comes down to broken walls, I think, quality of life, I can now move to places that
you with the quality of life thing. But yeah, I do agree with you to a very large extent. Again, Kingdom Esports not giving Yahiko the freedom of that Fanny anymore. But there's still Isun Shin as well as the lens to wide and open. The Angela will be banned out right here. Push Simple should sort of like pick this or that, or open up both and try to put KSG in the Isun Jin. I think Isun Jin kind of wins games. You have so much more flexibility on the side lanes.
Of course, I think that when it comes down to Isun Jin, there's a very specific gameplay and game plan that you're gonna have to go for, and that's how you win in the early stages, right? Ooh, CC. Okay, so I was expecting that Isun Jin, but I guess not. CC is, of course, a very viable and a very clear, I would say an opening hand that can't go wrong. No, there is no flexibility in CC at all. Okay, maybe there is a little bit, like XP and gold, but that's not a very big difference. But CC openings are good because every game, there's tanks. There's tanks to shred, so just shred them.
Kings SG actually giving up the lands and the Isun Shin. I think it's pick one and I'll pick the other kind of situation right here.
Yeah.
Kimmy, good pick. Gotcha, taking it away from the hands of Lawsy. I think that's good prio as well. It's going to be the Juicin as well as the Grok. Especially since it's broken walls, Grok makes a lot of sense. Juicin is just super annoying. It's a natural lane-to-lane counter for the Kimmy. And the Isun Shin gets picked up by the hands of Kings.
Another possibility for the triple marksman, or if they want, of course, is always gonna be something that they can do when it comes down to double fighters in the top lane or the bottom lane. They have also managed to pick up a Gatokacha for themselves, so I think that that's actually a really nice thing to keep KE on their toes. Which direction are they actually going for? And based on the bans that KE is looking at, then maybe cater themselves towards whatever that they are trying to aim for. Understand their patterns.
So banning out the Lancelot, picking up the Isun Shin, banning the Lancelot is a smart move for KSG because now we kind of know that Kingdom Esports wants to be able to put Yon in a comfortable position. But then, with the Grok, Yon has played the Ikai before.
But I don't think he's too comfortable with it, to be fairly honest.
Yeah.
He lost the game.
We talked about this. Like if you're an assassin main, just put your members in a very comfortable position. So just put him in an assassin. Much more comfortable with that. At least he's able to perform on these kinds of heroes.
So at this point, KE decided to go for bans on the Arlot. As technically understandable, you must have an XP laner, right? So just ban out all the XP laners and we'll see what are we left with, such as a Lapu, a Ruby at this point in time. But at this point, the way that Kings have is a lot more. They can still kind of go divey. They can still kind of go front to back. It doesn't really show us any information whatsoever. But it can also be zone denial. So the moment that they bring in like a Phoveus and a Harith, then that's zone denial. If they're trying to go for fighters, then that's just dive. If they have a typical standard triple marksman plus one other crowd control XP, then that is front to back.
The night sky tells
Esmeralda gets
all
picked
your
up right
team
here
is
since the
taking.
Ranas is already
Front to
banned
back,
out. Yeah, I think it would be a double fighter side lanes. In place of any other marksman, I think the Ruby works out well if you are Bong. At least you can hold yourself up well with the CC as well. Hayabusa is wide and open if you want Yon to snap pick that one up, but there's the target onto the Kimmy will be a bit difficult and challenging in this game. You have so much walls, you have that taunt waiting by the shadows, and then once you land, there's a Gatakacha in your face.
I think also because of the fact that there is a Juicin, it might be a little bit difficult for Kings to just go straight in for a dive comp. So I would much prefer to have an Esmeralda to just jump right in and force FMM to purify and, you know, kind of Crimson Beacon away. That way they can play front to back. So with the last pick, going for a marksman would be my ideal spot. But they have decided to go for a Ruby. So this is more divey.
Yeah. Really like the Ruby pick. On top of that, at least it gives a lot more regeneration and sustainability over big team fights. I would say KSG has a much more fun draft to execute, and you have so much more dimensions that you can play with the Ruby. You're able to draw everyone back, AOG into the I'm Offended, into the Falling Star Moon, and then you set everything up for Kimmy, or you can do it, you know, vice versa. So there's no one method or way where they can layer things up. It's just you can go first, and now I can follow up. That is a very, very good dynamic that Kings has brought into the table with the Ruby itself to solidify the last pick. But for the side of Kingdom Esports, though, Yon being put in the Fredrin, I am not really a big fan of that. But you know, if that's what he wants to play, I feel like the tankability from Kingdom Esports to defend themselves against the Kimmy as well as the Ysun Shin should be in play.
To further supplement that, I think that the fact that the Harith has been picked up from Kingdom further forces Kings SG to not play front to back because of the fact that they want to control even more of team fight. They want to do aerial denials. They do not want Harith to have complete free reign all the way at the back lines using the Zaman Force. So just jumping right in, you definitely will get out of these fights because of Purify for the Harith as well as the Juicin. However, that immunity to crowd control only lasts for a while. So maybe 2 or 3 shots inside the Zaman Force, I think that is something that I can take.
We're going into the match point game for Kingdom Esports. Kings SG has solidified their draft, and I do want to say that honestly though, actually, if the Ruby goes into EXP and the Esmeralda comes down into the gold lane, it makes a lot more sense. At least you have a natural counter for the Esme against the Harith, and you delay his farm so much more. So now, with the range difference, Bong's going to struggle a little tad bit against the Harith right from the get-go. But it won't make too much of a difference. I feel like it's just, you know, damn if you do, damn if you don't kind of situation. But, you know, the Ruby in the gold lane makes sense if you don't really need that much XP to get your level 4, to get your core skill spikes. And now, Bong having a lot of damage taken and drawn back. So he's going to lose 2 potential waves. It's going to delay his farm just a little bit.
At this point in time, we are also just going to be looking at a very standard kind of rotation from both of the junglers with not much information whatsoever. So most of the time, we are actually going to be looking more brawly in the middle.
As the Mountain Shocker already utilized his Lantern, pulling Ryzen back, but no follow-up so for now. So Kings SG playing a little bit more safer. Bong is clearing everything back up. Iron Ryan getting pulled back. Appraiser's Wrath won't be able to seal the job, but Yon still gets the first blood anyway.
Yep, so easy kill for Kingdom. I think that for Iron Ryan underestimated the damage potential of this roaming trio from Kingdom Esports. And generally, you don't really want to give such an early kill over to Fredrin. It's not gonna be that big of a deal whereby he just completely annihilates the team. However, it can definitely come back to very random turnarounds because of the Appraiser's Wrath and the healing that's involved in that.
Lozy still doesn't have that level 4, so no big ultimates yet. But that was a very nice wall, blocking Kings SG into place and Grand immediately with the follow-up. But, you know, at the end of the day, one turtle to Kingdom Esports names. Kings actually equalizing the scoreline just for now. And that's the power of the Yi Sun-shin. You farm a lot much more faster than the Fredrin. You don't want to be able to contest for big lords, big major neutral objectives if you can't do it. And so Kings just playing it safe, playing it fine and dandy. Don't have to rush and push the pressure onto Kingdom Esports.
Yep. You can very also clearly tell that Kings SG is losing out in the middle lane. They do not have the potential to be able to clear out the waves fast enough in order to really enable Kimi to influence the other side of the lanes. You can see that Kingdom Esports, they're constantly just on the move, clearing the middle lane and then head down to the bottom lanes. We do have a little bit of a difference though, and that is going to be the Juicin just hiding inside the Pixel Brush, or rather the Z-Brush right in the middle lane. So it does help with understanding the rotations of how Esmeralda is moving.
Actually, I feel like Bong should just swap the lanes immediately right now. One more Reborn will have a much easier time against the Harith because of the shields that he provides.
We're just going to be hoping to see that at this point in time, we constantly want to see Kings SG to be more initiative in the middle lane, right? They're losing out in the wave clear department. Iron Ryan isn't exactly able to, you know, kind of help things out. In fact, he hasn't been in the middle lane for like maybe 3 waves now, leaving it all to Ryzen. And I'm not particularly a big fan of that because now there's no control, no influence, and no way to really help out the other lanes, even though technically they don't need help. Because look at this, Bong is just putting Harith in a really tough spot.
Yeah, that's the power of the fighters. Hopefully we see the itemization soon, but the Lantern from FMM pulling Iron Ryan back into the picture. We got Lawsy just to try to get that turtle for that reset so that Yon gets into position. We got the early game rotation. If Ruby is showing himself in the mid lane, then they're going to have Grant push it in, but the traction pulls Yahiko in. Down goes the YSS. Iron Ryan is next on the chopping block. Appraiser's Wrath won't connect onto Iron Ryan. They're all getting pushed back. There's only 2v4 as Iron Ryan falls, and Ryzen is not in a good position to contest.
As now Kings SG haven't really gotten a single kill, and they are just outright winning in some of these other lanes in some sense. Kings SG, they won in gold, but is not really paying much dividends yet.
Slowly but surely, Yahiko is still playing catch-up though. The damage from Drinsanity not doing too much onto One Boy Reborn, able to get out safe for now. For Kings SG, the tempo should be increasing. You got double fighter side lanes. Whenever Yahiko comes into the fight, make sure that he's well protected. He's well, you know, having a front line so that he's able to deal the damage that he does. And right now, even with the killing spree, he should engage a lot more. He's only level 8. Yon is already level 9. He's got 2 kills to his name. And Lawsy's just enabling Yon to get all these kills and all these taunts so easily.
Yeah, so good that you mentioned about the killing spree, but we'll talk about that a bit later. Never mind, we can talk about it now. So killing spree, you generally want to ride along the killing spree and of course get yourself a massive amount of advantage in the early stages. Go from fights to fights or players to players. That will give you the snowball factor. And let's not forget about the fact that having a fighter in the gold lane pretty much gets the fighter out of lane fast. And we know that Bong is outright winning the lanes against Harith, but they're not doing anything about it.
Shocker into the AOG. Lawsy gets taunted out. Yon taking a huge brunt of the damage. He does not have the Appraiser's Wrath right now. He's making a beeline across the wall. And here comes FMM trying to delay and reposition the rest of Kings SG. As all 5 members are all in the bottom side, Kings SG will just touch and go. They're pushing in the wave. We'll get that reset.
It's good that they managed to win in that fight, even though they didn't manage to kill anyone. But that also means that they have got priority onto the turtle. As much as possible, they need to continue to ensure that they have free real estate down at the bottom.
Bong taking huge brunt of damage as well. Yon's already in position. One Boy Reborn taking a lot of damage from Drinsanity, but the curtain call still not used up just yet. They're jumping in. That's a huge taunting charge by Lawsy. This is a throw Bong out of position and up in the air. There's a turtle pit. Yon will secure that one again. 3 turtles to Kingdom Esports names, and Kings SG, they're falling like flies.
This is really an unfortunate spot for Kings SG. They managed to win in some of these fights whereby they forced a reset on the Kingdom Esports. However, they weren't able to apply pressure using that win. I can understand it's a little bit difficult for them to push down the wave down in the bottom lane and get a free turret, but they needed to expand themselves out a little bit more and just kind of force Kingdom Esports further away, because they know that number one, they tagged Yon to an all-time low. He has to go back home. So within 5 seconds or so, he would have recalled back home with no forms of mobility to come back fast. That is the point in time where they can spring into action and reclaim themselves, or rather, they can claim the opponent's jungle. This way, number one, they cycle Kingdom Esports members so that they have numbers advantage to an upcoming turtle, which they already have managed to take control of.
Yon always in position, he's always ready, and he knows the objective of the game. He knows how to play this Fredrin around him. 303 is the scoreline for Yon. He's up a hit in terms of Yahiko. Yahiko desperately is trying to pick up the scraps that Kingdom Esports left behind. You see how aggressive Yon is over the jungle. Every single neutral objective that comes up in Kings SG's jungle, Yon picks up. It's all empowered by Lawsy, giving that space, opening up that map, even Drinsanity doing his job and trying to push every one of Kings SG away. Yahiko desperately trying to find an angle towards that top T1 base, but look at the map. Kingdom Esports are still standing strong. They're keeping their citadel up high.
With all of their T1 turrets still standing up high, Kings SG found no way of cross-map plays to realistically be able to get anything, because they have missed out their quite literally missed out their critical mass early game, or rather laning phase. We've got Grant that literally couldn't do anything. Bong outright won in lanes, which they could move out of lanes, apply pressure in the middle lane, and most of what we saw from the Gatokacha is just kind of floating around the bottom lane looking for opportunities.
Lord, unable to get that reset. That's a huge AOG, a huge tectonic charge on the 3. That's a huge comeback play from Kingdom Esports just to tear everyone else to smithereens. The Kings will not be able to stand tall this time around.
So now we are kind of getting a more clear idea of Kings SG, where they are looking for opportunity but not creating the opportunity. While for Kingdom Esports, they launch into action. They know they have the opportunity. Why? Because they have numbers advantage. So they play towards their advantage. What Kingdom Esports is looking out for is economy. We win by economy, so we jump. In the laning phase, Kings SG, we won by lane, so we jump. That is the kind of thing that is supposed to propel them forward into winning into the early stages. Because of the lack of influence from the middle lane, because of the fact that Ryzen just can't push out the waves in the middle lane, they found themselves in such a tough spot where the gold lane and the XP lane now is unable to do anything.
You got the purple buff also in contention. Yahiko denied once again. Yon 2 levels ahead, and he's still pushing Kings SG back into their homes. They're trying to burst all these bubbles down. It's the first level of the game, so Kings SG still has a little bit of time left. And Bong wants to try to go fishing. Yahiko does not have the core damages as of now, but huge props to Lawsy though, denying the AOG, denying the setups that Kings SG wants to bring to the table.
The spiraling trident strikes down at the bottom lane, takes out the holy defense, and the middle lane, the holy defense is gone as well. Creating opportunities, that's what Kingdom Esports is doing.
Huge wall into the charge, and Kings SG, they're falling, all of them. Ball goes down by the hands of Grant, and he's just free dancing around with his aim and force.
There's not a lot of things that Kings SG could do, even in the protection of their own base. The 8.5 thousand gold lead is just way too much for Kings SG to handle.
Yon already deep in, trying to go for one more. Grant takes down Ryzen, that's 3 down, make it 4. The turret goes down, they have Bobby just pushing it through, but it won't be enough. They have to wait for the next round.
We have more Bobbies coming out. Big Bobbies. In the middle and the bottom lane. T3 destroyed. Only left the top lane T3 that is left remaining, and we're looking at about 10,000 gold lead now. Kings SG is severely behind. And let's just take a look at itemizations, right? Ryzen, okay, here's one of the other problems is itemizations. But we'll talk about that later on.
AOG to get out safe, and Kings SG just toying with death.
I think that this is more of a personal flavor kind of thing, is where you gotta have to look at how your game is progressing. A glowing one first item is great. Sky Piercer item 2 for the Kimi is an okay pick, provided that you are winning your mid lane and is able to influence the other side of the lanes. But in this case, Ryzen did not manage to influence lanes because unfortunately he has got no help from the mid lane, from the roamer, or perhaps even from the gold laner, or perhaps XP laner. Literally he's got no help. He's stuck in the middle lane. So that Sky Piercer literally have got zero value at that point in time when he picked it up.
Bottom line is, Kings SG honestly has a great draft. Ryzen does not have the answers and support to have follow-ups whenever his traction pulse lands onto any one of the members of Kingdom Esports. King SG playing it very, very safe. They're going to give up this Lord. It's the second Lord of the game, and they do have a little bit more high ground defense in Iron Ryan as well as Bong, trying to pull everyone back. But I do have to mention that Ryzen picks up the Sky Piercer because it's a relatively cheap item. You have a little bit more attack and adaptive attack to that matter to have Kimmy in a position where she's able to deal viable amounts of damage. Yahiko, almost barely making it out through that wall, but it's so hard for Yahiko. This is tough when you're a Eastern Shin and you want to claw your way back up.
Yeah, it's tough. You are a snowball hero and unable to snowball, and now you're just kind of stuck in a situation where you want to get in and out to do optimal damage. But realistically, in a lineup like this and in a goal deficit like this, you're mostly just shooting with a bow. You can't do optimal damage at all.
It's a wall build up. Lord marching into mid side. That's a traction pulse. Claw, a hook, the stun, the AOG will land. Yawn falls down low. Finally gets that falls down. Bumboy Reborn takes a huge toll and sends to the graveyard. Lozy still has the immortality. Ruby goes up, but Grand, no one can stop this madman.
That's a good play from Iron Ryan. Bought a bunch of time to allow the back lines of Kings SG to really just clear out everything. But there's still one more wave.
There's one more wave, and they're targeting onto the throne. You have to watch out for Grant. That's a huge damage from the Harris. One more falls. Make that 2. And Ryzen's left. And next is the base. Kingdom Esports again secures their spot in the playoff, clawing their way up from relegation in the seeded stage and right down the challenger bracket. That is their statement.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Kingdom Esports retains onto their spot in the playoffs. Despite being relegated away from the seeded stage, playing in the challenger stage, they still managed to prove their worth throughout all of these challenger teams and that they are still one of the stronger teams in the country.
Huge props to Yawn, though, at the very early stage of the game, proving that Fredrin is a very strong force to be reckoned with, difficult to take down, just zoning everyone out of the way, as well as empowering FMM to really do his job and get the lanterns going on. So the execution for Kingdom Esports is really starting to show bear some flowers in this respect. Take a look at the MVP right now. I feel like it's going to be FMM with the lantern flares, but no, it's going to be Grant. That's 7-0 and 8 for this Harith. Huge props and huge appreciation over to FMM for creating that space in the early game to empower Grant to just do his thing and holding himself well in the early game and forcing the Ruby to go back and having a tough lane onto him with that respect.
Yeah, honestly, Grant, tough time, really tough time. But all he needed to do was just kind of hold himself a little bit longer. You just need to ensure that he don't feed over to Ruby, which is exactly what he did, right? They played the long game. They realized that, hey, the Ruby is just stuck in the bottom lane. He's not really getting out of lanes. Then I guess this is good for us.
Yeah. Taking a look at the emblems, I'm actually looking at Yawn's emblems because he went for tanks. We've seen the not so successful Fredrins actually building the support emblems, and him going for the tanks actually enables him in the early game just to have that little bit of power, a little bit of support that the roam actually needs. Lozy set things up. Yawn continues on with the favor and with the taunts coming in from his arsenal, and then just waits for the rest of the team. It's just buying a lot of time. Yawn understands his job. He understands the objective. They don't have to go into the back line. They just have to wait till Grand comes online, wait till FMM has that time to pull them away with the butterflies.
So ultimately, I gotta have to say that all in all, this is what can I say? This is a good game for Kingdom Esports. They played according to what they needed to do. It's not. I feel that this is not necessarily a game whereby Kingdom Esports they went out of their way and they found massive opportunities and all that kind of stuff like oh wow kind of plays. It's more of the fact that they are playing based on instinct and they may be autopiloting a bit because there was some clunkiness in some of their team fights and some of their movements. But all in all, they know what they want to do, and they took advantage of the lack of rotations coming from Kings SG right off the start of the game. There's already a lack of control throughout the river line, and I think that Kingdom Esports did a good job taking control of that entirety and not giving Kings SG, especially for Iron Ryan, to even go to the middle lane.
Yep. Giving credit to Kings SG, they had a beautiful draft. Every one of the 5 heroes was honestly things that I'm looking out when I'm playing my own draft. You have the Yi Sun-shin, you have that damage, but for the side of Kingdom Esports, the constant aggression down to the jungle just forces Yahiko away, and he got his level 15 just way too late into the game, wasn't able to snowball when you're playing a snowball kind of hero, and Kings SG just falters in that respect. Props to Kingdom Esports for heading into the playoffs, but a very long and arduous run and journey for Kings SG for making it this far, but almost is never enough. And sadly, we have to say goodbye to them. They're being sent home. But hey, looking forward, let's take a look at the replay to see what went down. Honestly though, game number 2, very dominant performance by Kingdom Esports.
I gotta have to say, Kings SG, I hope to be able to see them right back into the next season when it comes down to the Challenger Qualifiers. Definitely do have quite a lot of passion for the game, and I will say a lot of potential coming in too, to really give some of these Challenger teams and perhaps even some of our seeded teams quite a bit of trouble, right? They realize we realize that Kings SG, especially for a team like this, right? Some of these players we even know them by name, right? Ryzen, Bong, Ari, Ryan. Seen them before a couple of times, be it competitive in MPL or sometimes even when it comes down to community events. And we even have Yahiko coming in, hailing all the way from Nepal. Great amount of fan base just hailing up for him. It is definitely a pity that we would not be able to see Kings SG in the upcoming playoffs.
It is a very bittersweet moment where we have to say congratulations to one, but a very big warm goodbye to the other. It's sad that we didn't see Kings SG all the way through. This is one of the seeded teams that they faced, second seeded team that they faced today. Very, very tiring and tough on the coach. Shout out to Coach Simple as well for preparing the team for facing up against 2 juggernauts in the Challenger brackets. But speaking of brackets, let's take a look at the final brackets of today's Challenger stage.
With that all said and done, let's jump all the way to the right side of the screen and give a huge congratulations over to Team Stallions SG for being able to win in their upper bracket finals, and for Kingdom Esports as they clawed their way through a long, tedious journey down to the lower bracket finals, 2 of which you'll be able to see in the playoff from the 31st of October all the way to the 2nd of November. The playoff dates for MPL SG Season 10.
Yeah. Looking at Team Stallions SG though, having a community team filled with MPL players is sort of like a warm reunion and welcome. And I spoke to Diablo earlier. He wants to meet up with Flash later on. But there's a lot of drama that's going on. Huge shout out to Kingdom Esports as well for having this huge fight and huge battle. Huge shout out to all our sponsors for making MPL SG Season 10 possible. Shout out to Moonton Games, Pulse Nova Entertainment. Our MPL SG Season 10 is powered by all of them. And presenting partner IT as well as DX Racer. And of course, presenter in esports. Partner in esports, my tongue is just that right now.
Try it.
Partner in esports.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, only Jays can do that. Partner in esports, we got Future as well as Singapore Esports Association. Huge shout out to IT once again. Scan that QR code and get yourself an IT right now. I think it's a little bit late, but you can always put it in the fridge and save it for tomorrow morning.
Or you can just buy it tomorrow, because whenever you buy any one of these 2 collab drinks, remember, you will get yourself a scratch card. That scratch card can give you an opportunity to fly over to Jakarta to witness the MPL SG Champions play in the international stage.
You know, it's a very long day for both of us, but we also want to give you a huge shout out for happy holidays to all of you watching at home. So it's going to be a long weekend. It's time for us to take a break and actually go back home after a very, very long day. 7 days.
7 games. With total of how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 games that we played today, one of the longest that we've ever casted. So thank you all for joining us all through the entirety of today. And also, there's going to be a 2 weeks break for MPL SG as we move on towards the grand finals. That's going to be happening on 31st all the way to 2nd November. Is it 2 weeks?
But, you know,
1 week break.
It's 1 week.
1 week break.
In 2 weeks. In the next 2 weeks.
In the second week after.
In the second week after that.
Yeah.
But again, you know, here's from me. I'm Churros. This is Abstract. And we are buggered out. Finally, we can say this. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been fun. We'll see you in the playoffs.